Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the situation in the Middle East. We're going to bring you the latest updates. By the way, the UN is currently meeting. The UN is meeting on. Did I do this right? Oops, I didn't. Hold on. One moment here. I did it wrong. Where is this? The UN is meeting on Lebanon right now, so I want to have that on so we can maybe let you listen to some of it, depending on who's speaking. But I kind of messed something up, so give me a moment here. Let me just fix something for you. Okay, hang on, everyone. I got to fix something here. This needs to go here. Here. Uh-oh, that didn't work well. The U.S. is speaking. All right, hold on. Hold on, everyone. I'm going to get the U.S. up on the... it's U.S. is speaking at the United Nations. Let me get this up on the screen for you.
We will not. Thank you.
Oh, he was speaking.
I thank the representative of the United States, and I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
We've heard, Madam President, this many times before. We're getting a sense of déjà vu. The only thing we can say to the U.S., well, we're responding to their role in the Middle Eastern crisis.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation, and I now give the floor to the representative of Lebanon.
Lebanon is speaking right now. Lebanon is speaking right now.
Madam President, we thank France for requesting this session, and we thank the Presidency, Switzerland, for convening the meeting. We also thank the Undersecretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, Ms. Di Carlo, and the Undersecretary General for Peace Operations, Mr. Lacroix, for their briefings. Madam President, we are back to this August Council after last week's session, while the heavy bombardments are ongoing on the villages and cities of Lebanon, and while Israel is still trying to invade Lebanon. The Israeli forces have violated the internationally recognized Lebanese borders and the Blue Line. It has entered several border villages in a blatant and direct violation of the UN Charter and of Resolution 1701. This is a clear aggression against the sovereignty of an independent state and of a founding member of the United Nations. Therefore, there is a need for the Security Council to condemn this invasion and to adopt an immediate resolution to end it and to impose the withdrawal of Israel to the internationally recognized borders, which were reaffirmed by the Truce Agreement of 1949. Madam President, so far, the diplomatic endeavors have failed to impose a ceasefire, despite all the clear Lebanese messages supporting this call. The Israeli killing, destruction, and displacement machine continues to kill the Lebanese civilians and to displace 1/4 of the Lebanese population as a result of the destructive bombardments, ground invasion, and deliberate killing. The gravity of the humanitarian tragedy resulting from Israel's violation of international humanitarian law is undescribable. The number of victims have reached 2,141, most of whom died in the last 2 weeks. We add 22,000 martyrs and hundreds of injured in the massacre that happened today in one of the most densely populated areas of Beirut. Israel did not spare the civilian infrastructure in its aggression. The Israeli bombardment decommissioned several hospitals, it has cut off the Masna border crossing, which is the main border crossing between Lebanon and Syria, being used by thousands of Lebanese and Syrian displaced fleeing the horrors of aggression. Israel have bombarded the main water supply line of the Litani River, which is used to irrigate large agricultural areas. They have targeted the vicinity of the Roman archaeological site of Baalbek, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. We wonder, what is the military benefit from targeting a vital border crossing, from targeting a water station and a cultural, historical, archaeological site? We also ask, what is the goal from targeting journalists, relief workers, and medical personnel? Is this the precise surgical military operation that they have been talking about? Madam President, we thank all the brotherly and friendly countries that have been supporting Lebanon to face this humanitarian crisis. We extend to you all our thanks and appreciation. However, so far, we are far from securing all the needs to relieve the families that have been displaced because of the systematic bombardment of residential areas. The urgent call for Lebanon is only funded by 12%, although its total does not exceed $426 million. Therefore, we call upon the international community to provide urgent and sufficient support to assist us in meeting the needs. Lebanon has offered a lot as part of the efforts of the international community to address the displacement crisis in the 13 past years. Therefore, Lebanon deserves today to be supported in these difficult times. We thank France for convening an international conference in support of Lebanon on the 24th of October, and we call upon all countries to participate effectively in that conference. Madam President, bombardment, war, invasion will not provide security, safety, and stability. Only diplomatic solutions and the implementation of international resolutions, the commitment to international law and international humanitarian law is the means to end this war and this aggression. Resolution 1701 remains the ideal solution. Lebanon is fully committed to this resolution, and Lebanon renews its commitment to the French-American initiative that was announced on the 25th of September 2024 and supported by several Arab and friendly countries. This initiative calls for an immediate ceasefire for 21 days, during which we can settle outstanding border issues. Israel had agreed on that initiative before reneging it and escalating its aggression. Madam President, we reiterate our thanks to the UNIFIL operating in the south. We pay tribute to their efforts and to their sacrifices and for everything they are doing for the sake of peace in the region. We commend their stance in the face of the growing pressure by Israel. We value their decisive and courageous decisions not to surrender to the Israeli blackmail and pressure and not to withdraw from their positions. We reiterate our thanks to the 49 troop-contributing countries participating in UNIFIL. We thank them for their strong commitment to maintaining international peace and security. We also condemn the Israeli attacks on their positions, and we condemn the violation of their premises and the fact that they are jeopardizing the safety and security of their facilities and members. The last of such attacks was when Israel fired today on UNIFIL positions, injuring 2 peacekeepers after a Merkava Israeli tank fired on a control tower in Nakura. This serious aggression proves that Israel does not listen, does not care about the calls of the United Nations and the United Nations Secretary General. It proves that Israel does not recognize the fears of the TCC and the concerns of the whole international community. Therefore, there is a need to protect the life of the peacekeepers. and to secure their safety and the safety of their facilities. Today's aggression against the UNIFIL is condemned, and this is yet another episode to be added to Israel's long record of targeting these forces. Madam President, once again, I reiterate that the people and government of Lebanon reject the war and support an immediate ceasefire in Lebanon. Lebanon is ready for a diplomatic solution, and it is ready to facilitate the mission of the two American and French mediators. The Israeli side is wrong to attempt to undermine Resolution 1701 by creating a new military reality on the ground to secure unjust outcomes. Israel cannot return the displaced to their homes without an agreement. Therefore, the settlement should be just and equitable for all parties in order to be durable and lasting. Imposed unfair solutions will be partial and temporary and will be reversed at the first opportunity. Let us work together and let us spare no effort for the sake of peace and security in the Middle East. Thank you, President.
That was Lebanon. Is Israel next?
I thank the representative of Lebanon, and I invite the representative of Israel to take the floor.
Israel is speaking now at the UN. Listen to Israel at the UN.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, USG DiCarlo and USG Lacroix, for your briefings. Madam President, this conflict began with a decision made by Hassan Nasrallah. It was Nasrallah who chose to tie his fate and that of Hezbollah with Hamas. He linked their war with the one Hamas has waged against Israel, knowing full well that it would bring suffering upon Lebanon and Israel. And this council was warned. On September 20, I stood before you and urged you to act before it was too late. I told you, and I quote, "When the time comes, do not look to us for blame in protecting our people. Now is your time to speak up and act before we have to. Your silence has forced our hand. Now, as we face the consequences of Nasrallah's decision, we must also look forward. Just as I said yesterday when we discussed the future of Gaza without a Hamas-run regime, today we must discuss the future of Lebanon, a Lebanon freed from Hezbollah's grip. The Lebanese people have suffered too long under the tyranny of this terrorist organization. We all know the ending of this conflict. Hezbollah will be pushed back north of the Litani River. But who will enforce that situation? How can we ensure it will not be ignored all over again? Who will oversee its maintenance? The answer lies in the hands of the Lebanese army and UNIFIL. They must step up. Not only must they fulfill their current duties under Resolution 1701, but we must reform those obligations. The mechanisms in place must be enhanced and altered, so we do not find ourselves back here in the same situation in another few years. Colleagues, the time has come for the Council to finally act on Resolution 1701. We have called for its full implementation for years, while warning of Hezbollah's violations. Yet our calls have gone unheeded, with some on the Council choosing to place the blame on Israel's shoulders. But it is not just Israel that requires your action. The Lebanese people, held hostage by this terror organization, need it too. Hezbollah has established a terrorist state within a failed state. Just 2 days ago, a UN Security Council report acknowledged that despite nearly 2 decades since the adoption of Resolution 1559, Hezbollah remains the most heavily armed militia in Lebanon. Their advanced weapons have robbed Lebanon of authority over its own territory. The Lebanese army, along with UNIFIL, must step up to their responsibilities and regain control. The failure to do so has led to the devastation we see now. The situation along the blue line remains volatile, and Israel is in close contact with UNIFIL regarding their safety. We have recommended UNIFIL forces temporarily relocate 5 kilometers north to avoid danger as fighting intensifies. While UNIFIL has chosen to stay, Israel strongly urges them to reconsider this precautionary move to protect their personnel. Let me be clear. Israel has no desire to be in southern Lebanon.
Let me just
Our
refresh
goal
the
is
stream. Hang on.
to protect our people, not to occupy Lebanese territory. But to prevent this from happening again, the Council must ensure the right mechanisms are in place for the Lebanese army and UNIFIL meet their obligations. I wish to address the Lebanese representative, Mr. Rasham. I have listened to your words and condemnations very carefully. But the truth is, you should be sitting next to me, not next to the Iranian representative. Because whether you can admit it or not, Israel, Lebanon, and the free world are on the same side against the Islamic regime of Iran. Do you not wish to see your nation once again establish its own sovereignty? Do you not wish to chart your own course rather than pay the price for Hezbollah's war? Do you not wish to see your people prosper rather than suffer at the hands of Iranian proxies? All of us should declare, shoulder to shoulder, that Iran must keep its blood-stained hands off Lebanon. Again, I listen to when you speak very carefully what you have said today and in the past, that Lebanon is for the Lebanese people, that your people and government reject war and want Resolution 1701's implementation. I could not agree more. And I would like to approach the Lebanese people. I will do it in Arabic. أتوجه للمواطنين اللبنانية.
I would like to address the Lebanese citizens and say, the land of Lebanon is for the Lebanese only, and it is not for the Iranians.
Say this, Lebanon belongs to the Lebanese, not to the Iranians. Today, the Lebanese people and their government have the perfect opportunity to throw off the yoke of Hezbollah's terrorism. Free your people from their tyranny, reclaim your sovereignty, and banish Iran's destructive influence from your borders. Colleagues, beneath the earth, hidden from the worldview, we discovered a Hezbollah tunnel that intruded into Israeli territory. This was not an isolated act. Alongside the tunnel, we found detailed maps of our northern kibbutzim, weapons and anti-tank missiles and explosive devices. They were preparing for years for a terror campaign very similar to the horrors of October 7, but we stopped them. I urge you to imagine what this council would be discussing today if we hadn't. Entire communities would have been erased, children torn from their homes. This was Hezbollah's plan. It is a plan we will continue to dismantle. Israel will continue its operations. We will degrade Hezbollah's capabilities, remove their ability to launch attacks against our people, diminish the terror network that stretches across the south of Lebanon. Our soldiers are now in the field along the border in Lebanon, exposing and dismantling Hezbollah's infrastructure. Hezbollah has brought this upon itself. And while Israel will do what it must to protect its people, this council must do what it was created to do: ensure international peace and security. Resolution 1701 and 1559 must be enforced. We are fulfilling our obligations to ensure this, and the council must support us in our efforts. We have over 70,000 internal refugees because of Hezbollah's rockets. 70,000 children who should be safe in their homes, playing in their backyards, learning in classroom, are now displaced within their own country. And yet, despite the horrors, this Council stood silent as we pleaded for action. Council members, look to the future and the reality we all strive for. A future without Hezbollah terrorizing Israel and Lebanon. A sovereign Lebanon, and a future of calm. If this is the future you truly seek, there is only one path forward: implementing Resolution 1701 and 1559. Demand that the Lebanese army and UNIFIL finally fulfill their obligations and take up the tasks they are mandated to carry out. Support Israel in our necessary operations to push Hezbollah back to the Litani River. Let this be the day when you do not remain silent. Let this be the day when you stand with Israel and the Lebanese people against the forces of terror. Let this be the day you choose action over silence. I thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie le représentant.
I thank the representative of Israel. I give the floor to the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Oh, Iran is speaking now. We'll listen to Iran speak too.
In the name of God, the compassionate and merciful, thank you, Madam President, for convening this critical emergency meeting. We also thank the briefers for their briefing. We extend our deepest sympathy and unwavering solidarity to the government and people of Lebanon who are enduring relentless acts of aggression and war crimes, the most notorious terrorist regime in the world. The Islamic Republic of Iran stands firmly with Lebanon, fully committed to supporting its government, people, and resistance. We strongly condemn the continued complicity of the United States and certain Western states in enabling Israel's systematic war crimes and genocidal war against the people of Palestine and Lebanon through the provision of advanced weaponry. Madam President, after over a year of Israel's genocidal war in Gaza, where more than 200,000 people have been killed, injured, or left buried under the rubble, this terrorist regime has now waged a genocidal war against Lebanon, echoing its brutal campaign against the Palestinian people in Gaza. The deliberate targeting of civilians and the destruction of civilian infrastructure is far more than a violation of international law. It is a flagrant war crime and a crime against humanity and genocide. It has destroyed vital infrastructure, slaughtered innocent civilians, and driven Lebanon further into an escalating humanitarian catastrophe. Madam President, the people of Lebanon are victims of a systematic campaign of terror and violence premeditated by Israel to cripple the nation, erode its sovereignty, and inflict lasting suffering on its people. Israel is now a serious threat to international peace and security. Its ongoing aggressive acts of terror and atrocities now threaten to plunge the entire region into all-out war. The Security Council, entrusted with the responsibility of maintaining international peace and security, cannot afford to turn a blind eye to these atrocities. This Council has a moral and legal obligation to intervene. It should not allow Israeli war crime to go unchecked under the guise of self-defense or security, a justification repeatedly pushed by the representative of the United States and United Kingdom in this chamber. The unchecked impunity with which Israel continues to violate international law is a stain on our collective conscience. Madam President, with unwavering backing from the United States under the so-called ironclad support, officials of the Israeli regime are emboldened. Their heinous crimes are not only excused but actively rewarded, and their atrocities are shamelessly normalized before the world. They are counting on the United States' support in their further sinister campaign of terror and destruction. Madam President, despite the Lebanese government, including Hezbollah agreeing to a joint 21-day temporary ceasefire proposal. Israel presently rejected it by launching a large-scale aggression on Lebanon, cruelly targeting innocent civilians. To sabotage any chance of a ceasefire, the regime assassinated Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, a prominent figure in the Islamic world and a critical factor for peace and stability in Lebanon. He was the best remaining hope for advancing the ceasefire process. This cowardly assassination served as a grim reminder of Israel's earlier abhorrent act of terror, the assassination of Mr. Ismail Haniyeh, political leader of Hamas in Tehran. That assassination shattered any hope of ceasefire for Gaza. This heinous act exposed Israel's true intention that this regime has no interest in peace or a ceasefire. Its real objective is only to provoke a full-scale war across the region. Madam President, distinguished member of the Council, Lebanon stands on the brink of humanitarian collapse, and the international community must not allow this catastrophe to worsen. It is imperative that humanitarian aid flows unimpeded to the Lebanon. The international community must provide immediate financial and logistic support to ensure the essential supplies reach to the affected population. The very credibility of the Council is at stake. We demand immediate action. We call for an immediate ceasefire. The ceasefire is not a request, but a necessity. Further, we urge the Council to hold accountable Israel for committing such genocidal war and atrocities against the people of Lebanon and Palestine. This Council must send an unequivocal message. The ongoing Israeli occupation and aggression must end. Israel must fully implement Resolution 1701. A just resolution to the crisis requires the recognition of Lebanon's sovereignty and independence, the end of Israel's illegal occupation and aggression, and respect for international law and the UN Charter. Thank you.
Je remercie le représentant.
I thank the representative of Iran. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Stavros Lambrinidis, head of the delegation of the EU to the United Nations. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The Middle East is on the verge of a complete conflagration.
Sorry. Oh, I was muted. We got to hear Israel, Lebanon, and Iran. So we got to hear all of them. So I'm going to go away from this now. Well, I'll leave it up because I don't know if the U.S. already spoke. I kind of missed it. Like, the U.S. spoke for a second, but I don't know if the U.S. is going to speak after this. So I'll leave it up there, and if the U.S. speaks, we'll listen to them. I want to get you some updates on what's been going on there. So, I don't want to play too much of it in a row if we have other stuff to speak. Well, the U.S., I don't know if they spoke for fully. I couldn't even hear what he was saying, and he spoke for like 30 seconds. So, but he might have already spoken more fully. I came to this a little late. But we got to hear Israel and Iran and Lebanon. Look, some people are saying we want to hear the EU, but usually with the UN stuff, more of our viewers don't want to hear too much of it. So my sense of it is that the majority of you would prefer that we go away once we've heard 3 speakers. So, U.S. already spoke. Some people are saying the U.S. already spoke. Okay, I guess the U.S. already spoke. So, yeah, we're going to continue. So I know some of you like to hear it, but more of you, I think, prefer we move on. So we're going to move on. I can't please everybody. From my history of playing UN stuff, it's a balance. It is a balance. So I'll keep it up there for the moment, but I'm not saying they're not important. It's just that, it's a balance. Okay, so let me turn the volume back on here. And let me turn the volume back on here. Okay. Hey, welcome to the broadcast. Thank you so much to our moderators for being here. We have moderating right now. Hang on one moment here, actually. Give me one moment. Give me one moment here. I'm just checking on something. Okay, let me just thank our moderators who are here first. We'll do that first. And then we'll get you some updates. Over there on Twitch, we got LB Prairie Dawn and McBridges moderating. Thank you. And Surly Dev, they're all there. On YouTube, we have Roberts Mayqueen is moderating. Thank you so much, Roberts Mayqueen. RJ, thank you. Appreciate it. And hold on a second here. Also, Linda Belk and Larry on X, and I want to thank our Facebook mods too. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate that. And Margaret Riley is there. Thank you so much, Margaret. And I also want to say thanks to Lag Kills and Sweetums for your support on Twitch, and Timido1, thank you. And thanks also for your support, Austin Caton, K-Dubs, Martin Gingrich, Mr. Devon, Nathan, and Yastreb and Jellyfish Sinatra for the gift memberships, and It's a Me for the gift membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. K-Dubs thinks Israel may use nuclear weapons. Well, I don't think we're close to that. I mean, that would seem to be a last resort, wouldn't it? So, I don't think we're close at this point to anyone using nuclear weapons. That's my take on the matter. But I appreciate your thoughts, K-Dubs. Let's see. And your support. Thank you, K-Dubs. K-Dubs. Okay. So there was today this... First of all, people are waiting for what's going to happen with the Israel response to Iran, which we're still waiting for. So we're going to talk about that. Also, there was a strike today on central Beirut, which Israel normally does not strike central Beirut, but they did today. It's believed to be a targeted assassination attempt. and we'll talk about that. I think that central Beirut has only been struck 3 times in this Israel-Hezbollah conflict since last year. All in the last month or so, I believe. But that is rare. That happened today. I have some video from that too. So I could play the video. Well, maybe when we talk about it, I'll play some of that video. But I don't want to... It's video from like an hour or 2 ago. I don't want to like cover up the live Beirut video. Yes, as Richard says, they were targeted with no warning. Maybe we'll talk about that for a second. Let's talk about the Beirut strike for a second. I'll show you. Oh, Reuters has an article. Senior Hezbollah official survives assassination attempt, sources say. Okay. And they have a picture here. I'll show you a picture. Actually, I'm going to download the pictures. It'll be easier to show you the photos if I download them first. Hang on, folks. So they have pictures of the actual strike aftermath. A rescue worker stands next to a damaged building at the site of an Israeli airstrike. Okay, fine. Rescue vehicles attend to the site of Israeli airstrike. Okay, here it is. Here, all right, so here's the picture of the, here's a picture from Reuters of the building that was struck. So it was a targeted assassination attempt. And hang on a second here. Let me just do something real quick. This should be above these. Okay, so that's a picture of the building that was hit in central Beirut. You can see the building is not collapsed, but several floors are severely damaged. Oops. Okay, that's from Reuters. And I'll read you a little of this. Senior Hezbollah official survives Israeli assassination attempt, sources say. Oops. So Reuters says a senior Hezbollah official eluded an Israeli assassination attempt on Thursday in Beirut. 3 security sources said as Israeli strikes there killed 22 people, and the UN said its peacekeepers in southern Lebanon were in growing danger. Walik Safa, who heads Hezbollah's liaison and coordination unit, responsible for working with Lebanese security agencies, was targeted by Israel on Thursday night but survived, the security sources said. Earlier on Thursday, a Lebanese security source told Reuters that Israeli airstrikes on central Beirut targeted at least one senior official in Iran-backed Hezbollah. The Israeli strikes hit a densely packed residential neighborhood of apartment buildings and shops in the heart of Beirut. Israel had not previously struck this area, which is removed from Beirut's southern suburbs, where Hezbollah's headquarters have been repeatedly bombed by Israel. So when we see the airstrikes from Beirut area, we see them in the southern suburbs of Beirut. But these airstrikes today were in central Beirut. The number of casualties rose quickly, and as midnight approached, the Lebanese Health Ministry reported 22 people killed and 17 wounded. Among the dead was a family of 8, including 3 children who had evacuated from the south, according to a security source. Reuters witnesses said at least one strike hit near a gas station, and a thick column of smoke was visible. A large fire blazed in the background as rescue workers used torches to search the rubble for survivors, according to a video broadcast by Hezbollah's Al-Manar television. I have some video of the aftermath, by the way. There was no immediate comment on the incident by Israel. After Israel killed a series of top Hezbollah officials in recent weeks, including top leader Hassan Nasrallah, this official, Safa, was one of the few remaining senior figures as the group's upper echelons struggled to reorganize. The attempt to kill this official, Wafiq Safa, whose role merges security and political affairs, marked a widening of targeting of Hezbollah officials by Israel, which so far focused on the group's military commanders and top leaders. Safa, who Middle East media reports was born in 1960, oversaw negotiations that led to a 2008 deal in which Hezbollah exchanged the bodies of Israeli soldiers captured in 2006 for Lebanese prisoners in Israel. The 2006 incident triggered a 34-day war with Israel. Reuters also reported that in 2021, Safa warned the judge investigating Beirut's catastrophic 2020 port explosion, who sought to question several politicians allied with Hezbollah, that Hezbollah would remove him from the probe. Also tonight, a couple hours ago, Israel issued new evacuation warnings for Beirut's southern suburbs, including specific buildings. Earlier in the day, Israel warned Lebanese civilians not to return to homes in the south to avoid hard from fighting. Yes, so Israel did issue a new one of these evacuation warnings, but I don't know, I wasn't on the air. This evacuation warning was like 3 hours ago so maybe they already conducted strikes. Usually when they tell people in the southern suburbs of Israel to get away from a building, within the hour they conduct strikes. So there might have already been strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut relevant to those evacuation warnings. That I don't know. And if you guys want, I can show you some of the video of the aftermath of the strike in Beirut today, if you'd like to see it. I don't believe it's graphic. It's just like showing people outside the building and stuff. Some people want to see some of it. I'll look and see what I have. Hold on a second here. I don't know if that you just heard was that sounds, I don't think that's from the recording. I'm playing a video right now of the aftermath. Let me try one other video. Hold on. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. How do I do this? You're going to see me for a second. Hang on. I know you're seeing me. There's a reason we're doing it this way. Hang on. Let's see if this works. Yeah, so... Ooh, that's not going to work. So I'll just show you a little bit of this video. What's going on at the UN now? I don't know. Someone just sat down. I can play you a little bit of the aftermath video. Hold on. So this was earlier today. I'm going to cover up this one. Indonesia speaking. I'm gonna just do this for a second. Sorry, let me do it this way. Let me just do it this way. So this video you're looking at, this is a replay of central Beirut, where that Israeli airstrike was. What happened here? What just happened? Why did that not happen? Oh, I see. If I do one, how is this? That's a little better. So this is earlier. Let me just play this for you and you can see. There's people outside. Let me get you a shot of the building there. This is that street in central Beirut where that Israeli airstrike was. You can actually see that's the building right there. Now, I don't know if there was another building struck, but there it is right there. See that? Oops, sorry. I messed up. Hold on. I was doing something. I'm just going to do it this way to show you guys. Again, this was earlier. This was that's earlier. That this is the aftermath of the strike. You can see emergency vehicles out there. This is from AFP. This video. See AFP. This is in Beirut. This was the Beirut airstrike area. Anyways. I just wanted to show you a little of that. But according to Reuters, the target of that airstrike, a senior Hezbollah official, survived the airstrike. I don't know if he wasn't there or he just survived. All right, let me take some comments here. By the way, a quick thanks to hang on a moment. Thank you to our new member, Nick WB. Thank you also to Don Burgum. Thanks so much, Don, for your support. Don lives in Naples, Florida. He was watching the coverage yesterday. I'm glad you found the coverage helpful, Don. Hope you're doing all right. There's a lot of flooding. I've been posting some videos of it on my X account, but there's a lot of obviously damage from flooding and wind that we didn't see yesterday. So, thoughts with everybody in Florida. And tornadoes, by the way. Especially in eastern coast of the Florida Peninsula. Thank you, Don. I hope everything's all right there. And also thank you so much to Richard Foley. Richard, that's extremely generous of you. Thank you so much, Richard Foley. Very kind of you. I really appreciate that, Richard. Thank you. Hang on one moment, guys. We're going to talk about the whole Iran situation as well. You know, I've been showing you pictures from the Israeli airstrike, which clearly show a damaged building, but I've seen some photos. Like Eric Toller said there was a building that got taken out, so I'm a little confused about that. Because we saw a photo and video of a building that clearly had been damaged but not taken out. So I think there might have been multiple airstrikes there. No, we're not going to listen. I'm going to remove the UN. We're only listening to certain speakers. I'm not going to play Mauritania. I'm sorry if you want to hear Mauritania, but the UN, they're kind of long meetings, and so I don't want to just play the whole thing. So I play certain speakers. So I'm sorry if you want to hear it, but that's just the way we do it here. I have it up there so we can see who's speaking. If we're playing that, I can't be doing any reporting, and you'll only have to listen to that. That's it. So more of our viewers tend to want to just hear certain speakers. We spent, at the beginning of the broadcast, we listened to Iran, Israel, and Lebanon. Oh, there's a suspected explosive being investigated in Knoxville? I didn't even hear about that. The Knoxville police said, a box with a possible explosive. A box with possible explosives. So the Knoxville police said, Western Ave is closed between Texas Ave and Massachusetts Ave as we investigate after a box with possible explosives inside was found on a street. I don't know if it was found in a home or something. I got to look that up. The area is being evacuated out of abundance of caution. Seek alternate routes. That was 2 hours ago. That was over 2 hours ago. That was 2.5 hours ago. The UN meeting is over, by the way. Then they said, due to the ongoing investigation into the suspected explosives on Mindersea Avenue, we are urging residents to evacuate from inside the pictured zone. Wow. A public safety message has been sent through the integrated public alert and warning system to people inside the impacted area. That seems like a pretty big area. That seems like a pretty big area. Let me see if I can get any information, more information on that while we're covering this. The UN meeting is over, so I'll remove that. Now that post itself was about an hour and a half ago. Ali said there were 3 strikes in central Beirut today. I got to look it up because it seems like there was more than one. Yes, AP says there were different airstrikes in central Beirut today. Several different ones. We'll talk more about that in a second. But give me a moment here. Let me just check something. So again, Knoxville is investigating a box which may have explosives in it. I don't know what the deal is with that. And they've been, this has gone on for several hours. I mean, I don't have details about the nature of the box and where they found it. I don't believe there's a scanner on because I don't see one that everybody's listening to. So my guess is that there isn't one talking about it, or else a lot of people would be listening to it. Knox County? Is Knoxville in Knox County? Knox County. You know, there's one scanner, I can't imagine they're talking about this. There would be way more people listening to it. I put on the Knox County Public Safety Scanner for a second, but I have a feeling it's not going to be very helpful. Oops. Anyways, I can't really find much else about what's going on with the Knoxville situation. I'll let you know if I do. Ricky Spanish says it's wild. There is zero information on this. I'm checking something here. So WATE says that WATE reports that fire department and police responded to report of a box.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
34, let North know we're probably going to be moving more elevated.
I'll try to.
Should we keep the Knox County Public Safety Scanner on from
We're going to use
Broadcastify?
for a few more minutes trying to get him stable. If not, we'll give him a call on the way there too.
I don't think they're talking about this.
Yeah, I highly recommend at this point. I need you to do it.
Yeah, this is not about this. I don't think I'm going to keep it on because there's that's from Broadcastify.com. There's like 59 people listening to it. I am firmly convinced that if they were talking a lot on the scanner about the Knoxville explosives, there would be way more than 50. Why am I still hearing it? There'd be way more than 59 people listening to it. Why is it still playing? It shouldn't be still playing because I stopped it.
716.
I don't know why I'm hearing it. Why am I still hearing it? I'm not playing it. What's going on? Someone help me. It's like playing, but it's not open.
716, routine to Turkey Creek.
Literally don't know where the scanner's coming from.
All right, thank you.
It's got to come from somewhere. It's coming from somewhere.
We're in service.
I have no idea how it's playing right now. What's happening? You guys are hearing that, right?
Someone's available. Give me a minute.
This is the weirdest thing. No, I closed the tabs with it open. Oh, maybe I left. I know what it is. I thought I had closed the original tab. That's what it was. Okay, yes, you were right. There was a hidden tab that had it extra. That was weird. Sorry, that's not the focus of the broadcast, but I want to update you. Anyways, WATE reported that Knoxville Police and Fire responded to a report of a box with possible explosives that was possibly smoking. So that's really all we know right now about what's going on in Knoxville, and that they've evacuated an area around there. But we don't have any more updates on that. Someone unconfirmed source, unconfirmed person on Reddit Knoxville subreddit claims that it is dynamite. So, what can I say? That's like a rumor at this point. But that was actually a couple of people in the Knoxville subreddit claim that they have sources that say it is dynamite. They could be true. I don't know. Why would dynamite smoke? Hellscare says that I don't know. So anyways, when I hear more, I'll certainly let you know about that. I know that's not about the Middle East, but I wanted to give you guys an update. Regarding the Beirut strikes today, I wanted to give you a little more information on that. So one of the strikes destroyed a building. I see. Okay. I have some pictures for you guys of the buildings. Okay, so, hang on. I'll download the pictures so I can show them to you. First of all, this we should put up here. Try something real quick. If I do this like this, does that seem a little better? A little less of a border on that, not so big a border on around the top one? Before I had it like this, I'm trying to go maybe a little less on the border there. A little thinner border. I don't know if you guys care. I don't know if you care. I'm not seeing a really strong sense in the. Not many people. No one's really saying worse. No one is really saying worse. So we'll leave it. We'll leave it thinner. Less in everybody's way. People seem to like thinner. All right. Let me get you the pictures here that I wanted to show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so let's talk about what happened in Beirut today. At least 22 people killed in Israeli airstrikes in central Beirut, where they usually do not strike. A strike on Gaza schools kills 27. Israeli airstrikes hit different areas of central Beirut today, killing at least 22 people, says AP, and wounding dozens, Lebanon's health ministry said, leaving 2 neighborhoods smoldering and further escalating Israel's bloody conflict with Iran-backed Hezbollah militants in Lebanon. The raid on central Beirut, the deadliest in over a year of war, apparently targeted 2 residential buildings in separate neighborhoods of western Beirut at the same time, according to an AP photographer at the scene, bringing down one multi-story building and wiping out the lower floors of another. So here, let me show you the photos here. These are from AP. So, hold on. So let me show you these photos. So, oops, that's too big. This must be the second scene. The first scene, this is the one where the building was taken down. So, is the building taken down? I mean, this is pretty much destroyed. And this is kind of destroyed. Is this the build? Oh, is this? I think maybe, is this the pile of rubble right here in the foreground? I'm just trying to figure it out. Maybe this is like a pile. Maybe the building that was taken down is like here. Because I do think a building was completely taken down. And then these are nearby buildings that were damaged. People think this. Let's look at the other photos here from AP. Yeah, well, yes. So look, this is, and again, this is not the southern suburbs where they've been having a bunch of these airstrikes. This is central Beirut. There was no warning given also. So, I mean, clearly there's heavy damage to this building, heavy damage to this building. I think this is just a pile of rubble. Let's keep going. There's another one. Yeah, I mean, all right, I'll look at the captions too, but that's the one where the lower floors were destroyed. That's a different one. That's the second scene right there. That's the second one. See, the second one, the lower floors were destroyed, but the buildings around it are intact. Difference between kinds of, I would assume maybe the kinds of munitions used. Okay, so hold on. Let me just go back to this. So AP says the Israeli military said it was looking into reported strikes on Beirut. Israeli airstrikes have been far more common in Beirut's tightly packed southern suburbs, where Hezbollah bases many of its operations. Hezbollah's Al-Manar TV reported that an attempt to kill a top Hezbollah security official, Wafiq Safa, had failed. It did not say whether Safa had been inside either of the targeted buildings. Thursday's strikes followed a year of tit-for-tat exchanges between Hezbollah and Israel that boiled over into an all-out war in recent weeks, with Israel carrying out waves of heavy strikes across Lebanon and launching a ground invasion. Hezbollah has expanded its rocket fire to more populated areas deeper inside Israel, causing few casualties but disrupting daily life. The attack came the same day as Israeli forces fired on United Nations peacekeepers in southern Lebanon and wounded 2 of them. The attack drew widespread condemnation and prompted the Italian Defense Ministry to summon Israel's ambassador in protest. I don't know if Israel had a comment on that. I'll have to look for more on that. Let me read you a little more from AP about the Beirut strikes. Witnesses reported a large number of ambulances and people gathering in the rubble of 2 sites that were hit in central Beirut. The Lebanese Health Ministry said 22 people were killed and 117 others wounded, without elaborating on their identities. It wasn't immediately clear what was targeted, but we're hearing that it was reports that it was a Hezbollah official. I don't know why they struck 2 buildings, though. Maybe they were targeting more people. I'm not sure. Recent Israeli airstrikes in neighborhoods adjoining Beirut, in particular, the densely populated southern suburbs, have killed Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah and other senior commanders. So at one of the sites, a strike appeared to have struck the lower half of an 8-story apartment building, setting off a series of loud explosions. Another strike in a different area of central Beirut collapsed an entire building, which was engulfed in flames. Hezbollah began firing rockets into Israel on October 8, 2023, in support of Hamas and the Palestinians, drawing Israeli airstrikes in retaliation. By the way, the defense minister, this article from AP also mentions, I'm going to just show you this actually. We'll talk about this in a second. The Israeli defense minister warned that an attack on Iran would be lethal and surprising. Hang on. We'll talk about that in a second too. We're waiting for that to happen. Let me take some comments from you guys. Tiffany says Iran is 30 minutes ahead of Israel. Exactly. So Iran time now is 1:25 a.m. There were some reports that tonight the Israeli Security Cabinet was meeting to maybe approve plans for the strike against Iran. I'll see if I can find some more updates on that. One of our viewers said, are they still meeting? I mean, it's late there. It's 1 a.m. I have another interesting story about that. Hold on. Let me see. Where is the... I have it. Wall Street Journal says Israel's Security Cabinet will meet tonight to vote on... Now, they've probably already met. But the article said Israel's Security Cabinet will meet tonight to vote on the country's response to the Iran missile attack, said an Israeli official who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly. Okay? So that's supposed to be happening tonight. Whether it's over, I don't know. I have to see if I can find more on that. Oh, Pilsey said there was a new Pentagon briefing today. Is that true? I could play you some of that. I didn't see that. Was there? Was there? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. I can play you some of that briefing. Maybe in a little bit I'll play that for you. Quake Cloud says a little dubious about Israeli cabinet meetings on the Sabbath. It's not the Sabbath. It's Thursday night. It's not Friday night. Thank you, by the way, to Jellyfish Sinatra for the gift membership. So nice of you. Also, Delta Dragon, thanks for your support. And Tia Marie, thank you. And Pan Spray, thank you. Also, Child of the Risen One, thanks so much for being a new member. Thank you, David Lowry. I actually ate a little bit before I came on the air today, so hopefully I can go a little while before eating something else. Thank you, Mr. Blanksalot. It's really nice of you. Thank you, Mr. Blanksalot. Thank you also, Steph and Nicole WB. Also, thank you to Justin Wooster. Hey, thank you so much, Justin. That's really nice of you. Thanks so much, Justin Wooster. Let me check a couple other sources about the cabinet meeting. People might have sent me something about it too. I don't see anything in Haaretz about it. Any updates? Looking at Times of Israel now. No. Oh, now CNN had the same report. CNN said the cabinet was going to meet tonight too to vote on the response to Iran. Supposedly. That's what the Jerusalem Post said. The Jerusalem Post said that that's what CNN reported. Let's see. By the way, CNN had reported that, we told you that in these strikes in central Beirut tonight by Israel, one building collapsed and another building. One building at one of the sites, there were a couple different sites. At one of the sites, a building collapsed and several buildings were very damaged. CNN reported that witnesses said they saw the building collapse in central Beirut and said the structure was full of recently displaced people and residents. Again, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry, I believe 22 were killed in those two strikes and over 100 wounded. I can't find the report on CNN about the security cabinet. Oh, yes. Yeah, CNN had the same thing as Washington Post, saying that the security cabinet was going to meet tonight to vote on a Thursday night to vote on a response to the Iran missile attack. Interesting. Oh, there was a flash. Someone saw a flash 2 minutes ago. I'll have to check. Oh, there was. I don't know if that was an airstrike. I'll show you guys. Is Lebanese press reporting an airstrike? I'll show you guys. There has not been a report in Lebanese news the last few minutes that I can see of a new airstrike. But I will show you what just happened a couple minutes ago. So this is a replay. If you look on the right side, right in here, watch right now, right in here. Ready? There was the flash, right there. You got to be looking right in here. Watch now, right there. See, it's kind of quick. There it is again. Good job by our viewers seeing that. That was about 2 minutes ago. So what that was that another strike? I don't know. Osbert thinks it's Transformers. Was there a second one before that? There were two? I only see one. I only saw one. Thanks for letting me know. Give me a moment. It is 1:04 a.m. It's interesting. I don't see... Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. CBS said that there's a tourist attraction which is in Colorado. It's some sort of mine, and then there was an equipment malfunction, and now the people have to be rescued. Yeah, right there. The governor said... it's at Molly Kathleen Mine. I'll see what I can find about this. I'd never heard of it before. The mine did not collapse, says Fox 21 News. There was an equipment failure. The gold mine is... Brian Moss, who's a reporter, says the gold mine looks like it's a tourist attraction. It is a gold mine. Jessica Porter, who's a reporter, says 10 people, more than 10 people are trapped. According to the website, the mine is primarily used for tours. B&O News Live posted about it too. Anyways, I haven't seen anything to suggest that the people have been hurt or anything like that, and they've already rescued a bunch of them. So hopefully they're just going to be rescued. I'll let you know if I hear any more. Sorry, I just saw that, so I wanted to let you guys know that I'd heard that. Oh, yeah, our viewer, Ed Eobard, reminded me of a different article I wanted to show you. Hang on one second here. So I'm checking some of the things people have sent me too. Ariel, our viewer, says, I would not be in a hurry to believe non-first-hand reports about a failed liquidation. I told you what I didn't say it happened. What I said is, I was very careful. I said, Reuters reports that several sources told them that the assassination attempt had failed today. And then I said reportedly. So where do you get that I believe it? I just told you what was reported. Now, given that Israel has not announced they killed someone, the longer that goes on, the more likely I think it is that they didn't get the person, because they do announce when they get somebody. So we'll see what they say. But just to be clear, I didn't say, oh, big breaking news, they failed. I said Reuters reports, and I literally read in the report that they said several, I think they said Lebanese security sources told them. So don't get angry at me. Come on. All right, that's just not reasonable. Yeah, Mitchell Costa sent me an article I wanted to talk about too. Thanks, Mitchell. I'll get to it. Our viewer, Deshark, mentioned that reporter from Israel, Anna Reva Barsky-Anna from Mariv, had posted a couple hours ago, 2.5 hours ago, saying the security cabinet was meeting. That was 2.5 hours ago in Israel. I'm not seeing reports yet that the security cabinet has met and that they voted on a response to Iran. I haven't seen those reports in Israeli media yet. Our viewer Gershon Wolf thinks the UN is corrupt fools and says, I wonder if they will mention Hezbollah has been bombing us every day since October 8th, 2023 and before. They are a terrorist organization. Now, just to be clear, the UN is basically the countries that make it up. Like in the Security Council meeting, it's just the different countries are speaking. Thank you, Gershon, for writing in. Trucker Jim says, if Israel goes after Iran nuclear sites in the mountains, they may need nukes to penetrate the nuke sites. I have not heard that. I've read a bunch of articles on this. I have not heard a single article say that. I've seen articles say that it would be difficult for Israel possibly to destroy all the nuclear sites. I was reading an article today in The Economist that said they would need multiple bunker buster bombs. Now, I have not read that they would need nuclear weapons. I've seen no articles suggesting they would even think of using such a thing, and I don't think they will. But thank you, Trucker Jim, for writing in. Yeah, E. Launton also sent me an article I wanted to mention. I'll mention that article in a second. Let me mention this, though. This one. Look at this. The Wall Street Journal had a report today that Reuters talks about. Oh, no. It's the Reuters has their own report. Look at this. Oh, no. This is different. This is a different report. The Wall Street Journal report is this one. This is a Reuters report saying, exclusive, stop Israel from bombing Iran's oil sites. Gulf states urge U.S. Gulf states are lobbying the U.S. to stop Israel from attacking Iran's oil sites because the Gulf states are concerned that their own oil facilities could come under fire from Iran's proxies if the conflict escalates, 3 Gulf sources told Reuters. As part of their attempts to avoid being caught in the crossfire, Gulf states including Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar are also refusing to let Israel fly over their airspace for any attack on Iran and have conveyed this to Washington, the 3 sources close to government circles said. Israel has promised Iran will pay for its missile attack last week, while Tehran has said any retaliation will be met with vast destruction, raising fears of a wider war in the region that could suck in the U.S. The moves by Gulf states come after a diplomatic push by non-Arab Shiite Iran to persuade its Sunni Gulf neighbors to use their influence with Washington amid rising concerns Israel could target Iran's oil production facilities. During meetings this week, Iran warned Saudi Arabia it could not guarantee the safety of Saudi Arabia's oil facilities if Israel were given any assistance in carrying out an attack, an Iranian official and Iranian diplomat told Reuters. A Saudi analyst close to the Saudi royal court told Reuters the Iranians have stated if the Gulf states open up their airspace to Israel, that would be an act of war. But Saudi Arabia won't allow anyone to use their airspace. The diplomat said Iran had sent a clear message to Saudi Arabia that its allies in countries such as Iraq or Yemen, that Iran's allies might respond if there was any regional support for Israel against Iran. A person in Washington familiar with the discussions confirmed that Gulf officials had been in touch with U.S. counterparts to express concern about the potential scope of Israel's expected retaliation. Jonathan Panikoff, a former deputy U.S. National Intelligence Officer in the Middle East and now at the Atlantic Council, said Gulf states' anxiety is likely to be a key talking point with Israeli counterparts in trying to convince Israel to undertake a carefully calibrated response. This is interesting. The Reuters article also says oil at risk. The OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Companies, OPEC, which is de facto led by Saudi Arabia, has enough spare oil capacity to make up for the loss of any Iranian supply if Israeli retaliation knocked out some of Iran's oil facilities. But much of that spare capacity is in the Gulf region. So if oil facilities in Saudi Arabia or the UAE, for example, were targeted too, like by Iran afterwards, the world could face an oil supply problem. Saudi Arabia has been wary of an Iranian strike on its oil plants since a 2019 Iranian attack on its Aramco oil field shut down over 5% of global supply. Although Iran denied involvement in that, but they were widely suspected of it. Okay. A Gulf source said the Persian Gulf states are not letting Israel use their airspace to retaliate on Iran. They won't allow Israeli missiles to pass through, and there's also a hope that they won't strike the oil facilities, the Gulf source said. The three Gulf sources also emphasize Israel could route strikes through Jordan or Iraq, but using Saudi, UAE, or Qatari airspace was off the table and strategically unnecessary. Analysts also pointed out Israel has other options besides using those countries' airspace, such as including air refueling capabilities that would enable its jets to fly down the Red Sea into the Indian Ocean, proceed to the Gulf, and then fly back. Let me just finish reading some of this article. It's interesting. Then I'll hit some of your comments. The article also from Reuters says, according to two senior Israeli officials, Israel is going to calibrate its response. Calibrate means kind of moderate, not go like the biggest you can. Israel is going to calibrate its response, and as of Wednesday, it had not yet decided whether it would strike Iran's oil fields. The option was one of a number presented by the defense establishment to Israeli leaders, according to the officials. The Israeli defense minister said yesterday, our strike will be lethal, precise, and above all, surprising. They will not understand what happened and how it happened. They will see the results. I don't know what that means. That it's surprising. They won't understand how it happened. What does that mean? I don't know. The three Gulf sources told Reuters that an Israeli strike on Iran's oil infrastructure would have a global impact, particularly for China, Iran's top oil customer, as well as for Kamala Harris ahead of the November 5th presidential election. If oil prices surge to $120 per barrel, it would harm both the U.S. economy and Harris's chances in the election, so the Americans, won't allow the oil war to expand, the first Gulf source said. Gulf sources said safeguarding all Gulf oil installations remained a challenge despite having advanced missile and Patriot defense systems, so the primary approach remained diplomatic, signaling to Iran that Gulf states pose no threat. A professor at Princeton University told Reuters, Saudi Arabia was vulnerable because the Iranians can swarm those installations given the short distance from the mainland. Interesting. So again, there's a worry that if Iran's oil facilities are struck by Israel, Iran could then go after other Gulf countries' oil facilities. Let me take some comments from you guys on that. Interesting from Reuters. Gary Myers says they won't hit the oil. This sounds like a good poll question, doesn't it? Will Israel hit Iran's oil facilities? So when is the strike, says Muij Su? Do you think I have secret information? All right, I'm asking the poll right now. We're doing the poll right now. We're doing the poll right now. See what you guys say. Regular JJ says, I don't think they will hit the oil. It would cause too much negative press when the prices go up. Do you think Israel cares about that? I don't know. Tacitus Kilgore says it's always about the oil. Our viewer, Alyat Sion, our subscriber, says, the Gulf states are forgetting, hold on a moment here, I was trying to read it. The Gulf states are forgetting that air defenses work in their favor too, considering Iran's inaccurate attacks, coupled with USA-Israel unmatched air superiority, they aren't likely to do much of any damage. So, Alyat Sion thinks Iran wouldn't do much damage to the Gulf states' oil facilities, even if they tried. I don't know about that. I do not know. Our subscriber Nanak on Twitch says, Iran doesn't want Bibi to cook it now. A bit too late. Bibi is cooking. Merritt says, is there any communication between U.S. and Israel yet? Well, Biden and Netanyahu actually spoke a couple days ago for the first time in weeks. I'll mention that. I'll talk about that soon. Let me show you guys. Philip Hum, our viewer, says, I bought oil stocks in anticipation of such a strike. I'm not telling you how to invest your funds. That's up to you guys. Rob Ayoist says, is a retaliation just for the airstrikes? I don't think they want to go excessive, says Rob. Super excessive? Well, I mean, technically the retaliation would be for the Iranian missile launch of around 200 missiles at Israel. But there's a thought that maybe Israel would use it as an excuse to do something else. All right, hold on. We got to look at the poll results. What are the poll results? So I asked, do you guys think Israel will go after Iran's oil facilities? And you guys said on YouTube, 57 to 43 yes. Not overwhelming yes. And then on Twitch, here's what Twitch had to say. Twitch is very similar. 52-48. Before it was 54. 53-47. Not a big difference between Twitch and YouTube on this. Kind of split. Slightly more think yes. I don't know myself. It'd be a huge deal, but I don't know myself. PsyOps says the nuclear is the problem, not oil. Epona says Israel has a habit of going excessive. They went very light in April. Ahmad A says Israel will hit nuclear and they don't care about the consequences. Chicken Hawk thinks it'll be a massive cyber attack. I don't know if there's any other unconventional thing they might do, because the defense minister said their response would be surprising. I mean, could they do something with special forces inside Iran where they sabotage something? You know what I'm saying? Where they sabotage facilities? I don't know. I'm guessing Iran is aware of this idea, of this possibility, and is guarding them. Thanks, by the way, to Shadows6530 for the gift membership. Gift memberships, thank you. Thanks, Mark Razor, our new member. Thank you, BL, our member. And me for the gift memberships. Me gave 10 people gift memberships. Thanks, Me. That's really nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thanks, A Fisher Girl, for the bits. I appreciate that. On Twitch, Who Shot JR, thanks for your support. That's an interesting idea, though. If maybe there's some other thing they're going to do. Kimmy says, I only polled yes because they should. No, that's not how you're supposed to do the polls. You're supposed to say what you actually think. It's up to 60-40 on YouTube. Thank you, Steve's Chapstick, for your support. Could the Ayatollah be a target for Israel, says Race Karus. You know what? There was an article in The Economist today about what Israel could do, which was interesting. I want to talk a little bit about that too. I should mention that because it talks about some different options they have. It gives a little analysis. Maybe when I come back, I'll mention that. Oh, hold on. The poll ended on Twitch. We're ending the poll. Thank you for voting. All right, I need a minute. I'm going to take a minute, and I'm going to come back, and we're going to talk about some more. Is there a red alert? Do you know what? You know what's weird? I forgot to bring my phone in here. Usually if there's a red alert, people tell me though. But it also, my phone buzzes. And I just, for some reason, just forgot. I looked down, it's not in front of me. So I'll go get my phone because that's how I see the alerts. But give me a minute. I'm coming right back. And we have more to talk about when I get back. But, oh, that looks not good. Do this here. Just give me a minute. I'm coming right back. I'll grab my phone and we'll be back in 1 minute. All right, I'm back. I have my phone. No alerts on it. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything new here. Give me a moment. I am just checking for a second. Ooh. I guess some people are seeing northern lights tonight, by the way, because of the geomagnetic storm going on. I mean, like in different parts of the world. Here, let me just show you something really quick. I know it's off topic. But I want to just mention it. A solar storm hit Earth. Will the U.S. see aurora tonight? This is from the Washington Post. A solar storm hit Earth today and is expected to bring the northern lights to dark skies farther south than normal. The timing of the storm should provide a great show for Europe, but those in North America could also see the dazzling lights if the storm persists into nighttime. The storm was classified severe, 4 out of 5, as of Thursday afternoon, according to NOAA. Forecasts show the storm could continue through Friday morning, but the timing could change as more data comes in. The agency said there's even a slight chance of an extreme geomagnetic storm, 5 out of 5, a rare level only seen twice in the past 2 decades. A solar physicist at NASA told the Washington Post it's looking really good for a strong aurora tonight. The aurora at the current severe storm level, the aurora could be seen as far south as Alabama and Northern California. If the storm were to bump to extreme, aurora could be seen as far south as Florida with the naked eye. However, people have been able to see the dancing light displays even farther south than these guidelines by using their camera or phone lenses, which are more sensitive to light than our eyes. The geomagnetic storm was created by an explosion of solar particles and energy on the sun, called a coronal mass ejection, temporarily disturbing Earth's protective magnetic bubble. The fast-moving ejection hit Earth at nearly 1.5 million mph. The coronal mass ejection is looking pretty strong to potentially last for the nighttime viewing in the U.S., said a University of Alaska Fairbanks expert. He said this ejection is the strongest in terms of magnetic field strength since May, when the storming started in the afternoon and lasted through the night. So, if you're in the U.S. and you're interested on that, maybe check out that. Just letting you know. Ruth King says, we see it fairly regularly here in Canada. Fat Belly says it's over in North Ireland now. Last time, the one in May, was it? I was able to see it here in Boston with my camera, my phone camera. Quick thanks, by the way, to The Guardian 1. Thanks, The Guardian 1. I appreciate that. Also, Sparky, thanks for your support. Oh, yeah, Sparky reminded me about Yom Kippur, which starts the night of the 11th. Yes, that is a major, one of the most important holidays for Jewish people. Starts the Friday night to Saturday night. Thanks so much, the Silver Sergeant, for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thank you. Also, Chris Lee, UK. Chris thinks the Israel is gauging what the worldview is on their retaliation before they act. Interesting. He thinks when they do hit, they will hit hard. Thank you so much, Chris Lee, UK, for your support. And also, Salsa Bennett. What would happen if they sent in special ops and took control of the nuclear sites because Iran can strike their own sites? It sounds like what you're proposing is that Israel somehow, rather than bombs and nuclear sites, somehow like takes control of them. Now, my guess is that Iran is on the alert for this, right? So I would assume Iran is taking security measures at sensitive sites. That's just my assumption. I mean, if you do think, experts have said that it might be very hard for Israel to actually destroy the sites by bombing them. But, so maybe you think, could they send people in to try to destroy them? But again, I would think that Iran would think this might happen. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe Israel has set up things in the past to use if they wanted to in the future. Thank you to Dodger Blue for your support as well. Really appreciate that, Dodger Blue. Darren Phillips says, we can see the northern lights in Wales. Amazing. Never seen them as far down before. It's breathtaking. Anyways. I don't want to get too into that and off topic. But if you haven't, maybe check out the northern lights forecast in your area. And actually, I'll post a link. I don't know if this is correct. So NOAA has an aurora view line. Tonight's aurora view line. Tomorrow night's aurora view line. So it tells you likelihood of aurora. Well, the one on the left doesn't seem too promising. But that was created an hour ago. For me, no, it says 2240? How is it 2240? Oh, that's GMT. Oh, that's from 2 minutes ago. It was created 2 minutes ago. For me, I'm in Boston, so this doesn't seem that promising for further down. Anyways, I'll post a link to this in the chat. You can look at it. Okay. Go look at that graph if you want to see the likely, in the current space weather conditions is G3, G3 storm, strong, but not G4 or G5. All right, anyways, again, I don't want to get too off the track, but I did want to mention it. Thank you, Jellyfish Sinatra, who says Yom Kippur is on a Sabbath, holiest day of more than years. Thank you so much for your support, Jellyfish Sinatra. Also, Cruella. Thanks, Cruella, for your support. Let me shout out our moderators, too. Oh, thanks, and thanks, a Fisher girl, by the way. Let's thank our moderators for being here. I really appreciate it. Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, McBritches, and Surly Dev, all there on Twitch. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, thank you so much for moderating over there. Any I might be missing as well. Thanks to, by the way, Jesse Caulfield for subscribing on Facebook. And Margaret and Kay as well, and Diane Allworth and Eve Richards. Ronald Egnor is moderating too. Thank you, Ronald. Also on YouTube, Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Roberts May Queen is moderating. Thank you so much, Roberts May Queen. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Thank you. Roberts May Queen is a new mod, by the way, so I really appreciate Roberts May Queen helping out in the chat. Thank you. (1:45 a.m. Israel, Lebanon time. Hold on, let me just check a couple things here. Just making sure I'm not missing any big updates for you guys. Let's talk about this. Oh, I do want to mention, the Wall Street Journal today had an article, and the headline is, Iran's secret warning to U.S. allies. Don't help Israel or you're next. So the idea of the article in the Wall Street Journal is that Iran is threatening Arab Gulf oil states and other U.S. allies in the Middle East if their territories or airspace are used for an attack on Iran. That's a similar, I mean, we heard that in the Reuters article too. The Reuters article was saying something similar to that, saying don't help Israel at all, or you could be a target too. Yeah, so it's similar. It's a similar report to the Reuters report. It sounds like maybe the same officials are going to both places. All right, so we kind of talked about that. Fine. All right. But I wanted to mention... Also, I wanted to mention this again real quick. Iran defense minister warns an attack on Iran would be lethal and surprising. Israel defense minister. Right. Israeli defense minister warns the attack on Iran will be, I think he said will be, lethal and surprising. Israel's defense minister warned yesterday that his country's retaliation for a recent Iranian missile attack will be lethal and surprising. On the diplomatic front, says AP, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Biden held their first call in 7 weeks, with a White House press secretary saying the call included discussions on Israel's deliberations over how it will respond to Iran's attack. That was yesterday, I believe, that they talked. The defense minister of Israel said, our strike will be lethal, precise, and above all surprising. They won't understand what happened and how. They will see the results. Whoever strikes us will be harmed and pay a price. So how will it be lethal? How will it be surprising? How will it be that Iran doesn't know what happened and how it happened? I mean, you'd think if it was an airstrike, they would at least understand how it happened, even if they couldn't stop it. By the way, the article also mentioned yesterday Hezbollah. This was said. Yesterday, Hezbollah launched a rocket attack that killed 2 Israelis in the northern Israeli town of Kiryat Shimona. And Kiryat Shimona is where one of the Reuters border cameras is. And the town's acting mayor said the 2 people were killed. There were a couple walking their dogs. I had read that they couldn't get to a shelter on time. You don't have that much time to get there. But something else about that is, I believe, if I'm right, I believe Kiryat Shimona is one of those northern towns that's under evacuation. But not everybody has left, as was recommended, those northern towns. I read you an article last week, I think from the Washington Post, how about like the few people who remain, or some have returned to these northern towns. Most of the people are gone. About 70,000 of them have left and move south, and Israel wants them to be able to move back. But again, I believe this is a town that was under evacuation precisely for this kind of reason. But not everybody has evacuated this. So I don't exactly know this deal more about the people. Again, this article says the town's acting mayor said the two were a couple walking their dogs. I had heard that as well. But that's like a perfect example of why the towns have been evacuated by Israel, and also what Israel wants to prevent so that people can move back there. Oh, somebody died in the mine, Austin said? Hold on a second here. Really? Oh, so B&O News Live says 1 dead and 4 hurt after elevator malfunctioned in Colorado mine. 12 people still stuck in mine shaft. This is like a tourist attraction, this gold mine. Wow. Terrible. That's the, what county is that? Teller County? We were talking about it before, but kind of made it sound like, well, they're just going to get the people out. This is the first we've heard about injuries or deaths. Terrible. This is a gold mine that's used as a tourist attraction. Teller County. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I guess they maybe just did a media briefing, which I don't believe I had access to. Because they said they were going to do a media briefing at 4:30, and my guess is that they're on, are they on Mountain Time there? Yes. So I'm assuming they just announced this. They didn't post it on their site. This is at the Molly Kathleen Mine in Cripple Creek, Colorado. If you go to their website, it says, descend 1,000 feet in America's only vertical shaft gold mine tour. Descend 100 stories into the earth, it says on their website. It's a tourist attraction. Hang on, let me just show you where that is. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. I'm looking this up as we speak. Get you a map showing it. Gold Mine Tours Incorporated. Tourist attraction. Oh, it's 100 stories. I didn't mean, did I say 100 miles? I meant 100 stories, not 100 miles. Yeah. Yeah, so it's right. Gold Mine Tours. Former gold mine features group tours of its subterranean facility plus tram rides and exhibits. Cripple Creek, which is south of Denver. What is it, about 100 miles south of Denver? About 60 miles south of Denver is where this is. Let me look up something else. Just give me a second here. Sorry, I know it's a little off topic, but I just want to give you guys an update on this. Olivia Parmley says, we've been there many times, very claustrophobic. Just give me a moment. The Denver Post said there's not much detail there. Okay. According to Fox 31, one of the people still trapped is an employee with mine safety experience, and the other 11 are tourists. There was an equipment malfunction with the elevator about 500 feet down the shaft. That's according to Fox 31. They also said that, again, the sheriff said, Fox 31 said the sheriff said the people who were trapped were not informed of the extent of the issue and were only told that checks were being made on the elevator. Give me a moment, sorry. Just trying to get you an update on this. There's other news happening while we're covering the Middle East. I don't think I have any access to like real-time updates on it. You know, if I were to like do a stream on it, I don't know that there's any extra information I could give anyone because I don't believe it's on the scanner. I'm not seeing many updates about it. So then you're just sort of sitting there waiting. That's the problem. I don't even have access to the little press briefing. Hold on a second here. Hey, Hot Rodacy, watch yourself, Hot Rodacy. Watch yourself over there. I know you've been a long-time viewer, but watch yourself, Hot Rodacy, okay? Long-time viewer doesn't mean you get to be rude. You might be a long-time former chatter shortly if you don't shape up. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem right now is I'm not seeing, I was trying to see if there's more information on it. I just don't see much information on it right now. So I'll do some more coverage of this. You know, if I had a lot of information, I'd consider doing a stream on it, but I just, there's really, I can't find other information about it. AP says that the sheriff did not say who the person was who died or how. The sheriff said they could rescue the trap group by rope if necessary, but were hoping to get the elevator system working. The people at the bottom of the mine, the people still trapped, are in safe condition and in communication with authorities, guys. Okay? I hadn't seen that. That's from Associated Press. So they say that the people still trapped are in safe condition. The 12 people still trapped at the bottom of the, all right. I'm going to post that as well. AP says 12 people are still at the bottom of the mine, about 1,000 feet deep. They're in a safe condition and in communication with authorities. The sheriff said they could rescue the trap group by rope if necessary. But we're hoping to get the elevator system working. Okay. Well, that's not good. Well, we could do a stream on that in the future if things change or I get more information. It sounds like right now the people are just kind of sitting down there waiting because the elevator isn't working. That's what it sounds like. I haven't heard update about Knoxville stuff. Knoxville police were looking into a box that might have explosives in it. Brick Media says, have you heard any credible reporting that the IDF would target Karg Island? I mean, I haven't heard credible reporting on what Israel's going to do, period, for their response. Karg Island is an island that most of the Iranian, it's an Iranian island that most of their oil exports go through. So I've seen it discussed in articles as like a possible target for Israel, but there's no good reporting that I've seen on like what they're actually going to do. I don't know that I'd trust any of that reporting anyway. AP, for example, in this article here from last week said export terminals like Karg Island in the Persian Gulf could be a target for an Israeli strike. They play a key role in shipping crude oil abroad, primarily to Asian countries, including China. I'm going to talk to you about. I was going to mention an article in The Economist about what Israel was going to do. So we should talk about that. I'll let you know if I hear more about that. The people trapped in Cripple Creek, Colorado, in that tourist gold mine, but I just don't have much more information right now. And the reporting says the people still trapped are fine. They're just down there waiting to get up, and they may have to get them by a rope or something. Yeah, one person died and 4 were injured. But it's just, I don't have a lot of information on that right now. Thanks, by the way, to Shakin for subscribing on Twitch and Beretta Now for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate that. If you guys are hearing more on any of these stories, you can message me on X @Lookner. They said they didn't tell the people who were in the shaft what exactly happened. The people who are still there. And again, Fox 31 reported that the sheriff, I believe they said the sheriff said that that there was an equipment malfunction with the elevator 500 feet down the shaft. Okay, let's talk about Israeli options for attacking Iran. There was an article today in The Economist about Israeli options. Israel has these 4 options for attacking Iran, and I just wanted to lay out some of the options that they talked about. They talked about 4 types of options. They said 4 types of options are being considered by Israel. They said Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu, has long supported bombing Iran's nuclear sites. But The Economist says these are spread out around the country in heavily fortified locations deep underground. The Economist says that doing significant damage to the nuclear facilities would require large numbers of bunker-busting missiles launched from dozens of aircraft operating at least 750 miles away from Israel. They say that while Israel's Air Force is powerful, it may be difficult for it to set back Iran's nuclear program by more than a few months. I have seen that concern raised by others too, that if Israel strikes Iran's nuclear facilities, it may end up just setting back Iran's nuclear program rather than derailing it, maybe just by a few months. That's one option they talk about. They say, they also say a more vulnerable target would be Iran's main ports, specifically the oil terminals, which provide most of Iran's foreign currency income. The Economist says that Israeli strategists think that destroying these oil terminals would severely hurt Iran's already shaky economy and may promote unrest in Iran. And they say some Israeli strategists think it could even lead to the Iranian regime's downfall if they lose this huge source of income. A third, so we have the nuclear facilities, we have the oil facilities, specifically oil terminals. Like Karg Island is one of them we just mentioned. And Karg Island, CNBC says Karg Island terminal handles more than 90% of Iran's oil exports, crude oil exports. So, I mean, if you're looking at a target to hurt their oil sales, that might be one that they look at. So with the nuclear facilities, the oil terminals, The Economist says that a third possibility is going after Iran's leaders directly, like they have done with Hamas leaders and Hezbollah leaders. The Economist points out that that could be difficult because Iran's most senior figures would almost certainly go to secret protected locations if an Israeli strike looked imminent. Also, they say the impact of such assassinations is always uncertain. For example, if they assassinate the supreme leader, then who replaces the supreme leader? Maybe it's someone who's even more anti-Israel or something, if that's possible, or that's worse for Israel. Finally, after the oil facilities, nuclear facilities, and leaders, they say, The Economist says, Israel's the most obvious military response for Israel would be a tit-for-tat strike on Iran's missile bases, because this was a missile attack. Also, I've seen some articles say, like, maybe Israel would launch a strike at Iran's missile factories, or perhaps also military leaders who played a role in the missile attack. Anyways, The Economist says that attacking the missile bases would be the least likely to provoke yet another missile attack from Iran. But The Economist says Netanyahu believes Israel has a historic chance to reshape the region, and some of his generals agree. So, but interestingly, some in Israel think, The Economist says, that well, first of all, there's the question of upsetting the U.S., who gives Israel lots of aid, because the U.S. almost certainly doesn't want some kind of strike. The U.S. has said, Joe Biden has said he does not want Israel attacking the oil facilities or nuclear facilities. I believe he said both of those things. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he said both of those things. He definitely said it about the oil, I remember that. But I think he said it about both. And then there are Israeli defense officials who worry that provoking an all-out war with Iran, while Israel is still fighting Hamas and Hezbollah, would stretch resources dangerously thin. There's that as well. Also, something else that's interesting is The Economist raises the possibility that the leadership, Netanyahu, and the military and intelligence leadership of Israel may be attempting to transform their legacy after being in charge in the debacle that was October 7th, allowing that to happen last year. So The Economist says, like Mr. Netanyahu, they seem ready to risk a devastating conflagration in order to transform their legacy from having overseen Israel's greatest debacle to becoming the victors of a regional war. So, and they say that could backfire on them. Again, it's an interesting idea. Anyways, if you want to read the whole article, go to The Economist. It's called Israel Has These 4 Options for Attacking Iran. But just kind of a summary of what they talk about in that article. I'll read some of your comments. But you have the oil facilities, you have nuclear facilities, you have leadership, but you also have just like military targets. MNJ thinks that observation by The Economist, that supposition makes sense. Are there Iran cams? I have no access to Iran cams. I don't remember ever having access to Iran cams, just general Iran cams. If there's like a funeral, I might have access to that, but otherwise, no. Nothing I can show you. I don't even have, I mean, there might be some stuff online that you can look at, like webcams or something, but I can't just steal those cameras. The Music Kingdom thinks Israel is getting weak with all this pressure and less support. Starhopper thinks Israel is far more creative than that. So Starhopper thinks Israel might try something that like we're not even thinking of. I mean, who thought of the pagers, you know? Luis Rivera says wait until after the election. Are they going to wait until after the election? I mean, I guess the thinking might be maybe they think that Trump would be on board with stronger action, but that's a long time to wait, though. That's a long time to wait after a missile attack. I mean, who knows? But that's like roughly a month from now. A bunch of our viewers think they would not wait that long. And it's already been 9 days since the missile attack. In April, they responded 6 days after that attack. It's already been 9 days. Fletch thinks no way they wait that long. Hey, thanks Anthony Todd for subscribing. Thanks also to Desjarlais, our new member, and Fred Witherow for the gift membership. Thanks, Fred. Also, Mauricio Corbman, who says Israeli sleeper cells already working inside Iranian nuclear facilities. Who knows? Do they have some kind of, something in place, cyber or something, which could destroy the facilities that they've just never activated? I don't know. It's an interesting question. I wouldn't put it past them to have something like that. Darren Cox says, how about no response? Keep Iran waiting? Well, they've said they're going to respond repeatedly. So I don't think that's realistic because they've just put themselves out there, the leadership, as saying they're going to do it soon. Space Fraggle says, meltdowns? Steffi J thinks they're going after the leadership. Thanks, Frankie, for your support. Frankie says, according to 2C TV, I have not heard of that outlet. The building that was hit in Lebanon was to attack the head of defense of Hezbollah in there and has now been eliminated. Well, I haven't heard that anywhere. So I'm not saying it's definitely false, but I haven't heard it. Again, multiple outlets are reporting that the strike in central Beirut, the strikes in Israel, were targeting, at least in part, a particular senior Hezbollah official who had some political responsibilities, political and security responsibilities, I believe. And they said that sources say that he survived, although that's not certain. I'll show you again. But I've seen this name cited several places. Oops. So, for example, Reuters said their sources told them a senior Hezbollah official survives Israeli assassination attempt, and they said the target was Wafik Safa, who heads Hezbollah's liaison and coordination unit responsible for working with Lebanese security agencies. But we'll see if we hear anything. Now, Ynet said Al-Hadath said he was eliminated. Is that true? I don't know. I'll have to look up Al-Hadath. That's a Saudi news outlet. If I go to Al-Hadath, Al-Hadath says, now Saudi news outlet Al-Hadath says a senior Hezbollah leader survived. I'm looking at a translation of their article. Al-Hadath says 3 security sources. Oh, no, they're just quoting Reuters. Everybody's quoting the Reuters article. Al-Hadath quotes the Reuters article and says 3 sources told Reuters that the target Wafik Safa survived. I don't know if that's true. The Lebanese Health Ministry, we talked about this a bunch earlier, but multiple sites were hit, 2 different sites. At one of them, a building was collapsed, was destroyed. Another one, a building was, several floors of the building were destroyed, it looked like. But the Lebanese Health Ministry says 22 people were killed and 117 injured in these strikes. These were in central Beirut, where Israel normally doesn't strike. Rare for them to strike in central Beirut, not the southern suburbs of Beirut. I'm seeing some people are seeing auroras. I'm seeing reports of people seeing auroras in New Jersey and Connecticut. I don't know if I can see it here. I might have to go outside and look. I'm seeing reports of Maine, Brookline, Mass, near me. I should go outside and look and see if I can see it. I just saw a bunch of these coming in. I'd have to go outside and look. Should I go outside and look real quick? I can take 1 minute and go outside and look. I'll put something up on the screen. Yeah, I'm going to run outside and see. Steve is checking for northern lights. Back in 2 minutes. I'm literally just going to go outside and check while I have the chance. Doesn't take me long to get outside. All right, give me a moment. I'm going to check. I'll bring my phone. I'm going to check and see if there's northern lights. You know what I should do? I should take my headphones out. Please be patient. We might pause while I take my headphones out. Hang on a moment. But if you're in the northern part of the U.S., you might want to check. I'm not up to date on the latest. Oops, hold on a second. Hang on a moment. I'm not up to date on the latest reporting on where people are seeing these things. But you may want to check. Thank you, by the way, to Fletch, who thinks the big question is, will the response be followed by a popular uprising / revolt to overthrow the Iranian regime? I'm sure Israel would like that. Fletch. Thank you, Fletch, for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Director Pepper from Canada, for your support. All right, let me take 2 minutes. I'm literally going to run outside and check if I can see the northern lights here because of the geomagnetic storm. So take 2 minutes, talk amongst yourselves in the chat. Can you guys hear? Yes, you can. Talk amongst yourselves in the chat. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Hey, it worked. I could see them. I could see them. It was neat. I'll actually show you. See if I can show you this. Hold on. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. So, hang on. I'm putting my headphones on again. I'm putting my headphones on again. Yeah, do I have the rights? Somebody said, do I have the rights to show it? Shlomi said. Yeah, so if you're somewhere where it's dark out, in the northern hemisphere, I guess. In the northern hemisphere, maybe check if you can see it. I could see it with my naked eye. I could actually see it with the naked eye. With the camera, it's much brighter though, with the phone camera. So I'll show you a picture I took with my phone. But that's a little more vibrant than with the naked eye. But it was pretty good. All right, I'm gonna show you this right now. Let me throw this up on the screen here for you guys. So again, this is gonna look brighter than when I actually saw it with my naked eye. This is what it looks through my phone camera. Oops. There. So that's through my phone camera. Although I could see this with my naked eye, it just wasn't as bright. So go out and look. But again, it didn't look that bright to the naked eye. It matches my shirt, actually. It didn't look that bright to my naked eye, but I could see it. The sky was pink with my naked eye. But that's just through my phone. So I didn't do anything special through the phone. The phone picks it up a little better. Anyways, yeah. So go if you're, if you're in northern U.S. I think some people in Europe might be seeing it too. If you're somewhere where it's dark in the northern hemisphere, go look. Go look for it. Hang on, I want to just do one thing real quick here. Well, that wasn't worth doing. Give me one more second, guys. One more second here. Give me 10 seconds. I just need 10 seconds, and then we'll get back to the coverage. Hold on. All right, we're back. We're back. We are back now. We're back now. Thank you for your patience. Oh, hold on. One more second here. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail the broadcast. I thought it was interesting that people were reporting seeing these northern lights from the geomagnetic storm. I'm seeing lots of people online post about it. So it's it wasn't clear if people were going to be able to, but I'm seeing lots of people posting about it now on social media. So. Anyways. Jamie says, I see it in the UK. Thank you so much, Mauricio Corbin, who saw it in Natick, Mass. Thank you, Zelderon, for your support. Also, Chris K. I appreciate it, Chris K. Thanks so much. Very nice of you. And Replica Gaming, thanks for subscribing. One of our viewers, John Nissen, says it's in Denmark. Again, that's the northern lights. Because of this geomagnetic storm, people can see the northern lights. Tech Junkie saw it in Williamsburg, Virginia. Oh, look, there's an update here. You can enjoy the aurora. So this is from the NOAA Space Weather Prediction Center. Update. CME coronal mass ejection passage intensified. Things are favorable for G4 geomagnetic storm levels to potentially continue into the night hours, which is what allows you to see the northern lights in places where you normally can't. Keep space weather aware. For the latest at this website, we take actions to notify officials and critical infrastructure operators so you can enjoy the aurora. So it turned out, I think the storm ended up being a bit bigger than it was thought it might be. And so more people are getting to see the northern lights. All right, I just wanted to update you guys on that. 3 digit says it's so red in the UK. And the Northern Lights, you'll get Wikipedia, or aurora, commonly known as the Northern Lights, is a natural light display in Earth's sky, predominantly seen in high latitude regions around the Arctic and Antarctic. Auroras display dynamic patterns of brilliant lights that appear as curtains, rays, spirals, or dynamic flickers covering the entire sky. They are the result of disturbances in the Earth's magnetosphere caused by the solar wind. Major disturbances result from enhancements in the speed of blah, 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 blah. Oh, of coronal mass injections. There was one of those recently. That's why people can see it in places where they normally can't, like where I am. Okay. All right, so go check those out if you want. Let's get back to this. Oh, there was another article I mentioned I wanted to speak to you about. Some Axios reporting. Thank you, Michael King, by the way. Michael said, what has shocked you the most in this conflict? I don't know if there's one thing. I mean, there's so much that's been shocking over the last year in the Middle East. October 7th was shocking. The pagers explosions were shocking. There's been so much shocking. You know? The destruction in Gaza is shocking. The level of destruction there. Could go on and on and on. Thank you, Michael King. Thank you, Jellyfish Sinatra. Post-hurricane cams? I don't have access to hurricane cameras right now. I posted some stuff on my X account. You can go to my X account, @Lookner. I posted some like flooding videos and stuff. I don't have live cams right now I can show you regarding the hurricane. Thank you, Jellyfish. I want to talk about this report that Axios made. I mean, that strike on Nasrallah, that whole strike was shocking, the way that was carried out too. You know, there's so many things. Axios reports that Biden and Netanyahu are closer to consensus on Israel's plans to attack Iran. Now, is that really true? I feel like there have been times in the past when reportedly where Israel did not tell the U.S. before doing big things that the U.S. probably would not have supported, like the pagers, like the assassination of Hamas leader Haniyeh in Tehran. That was shocking as well. So, you know, when I hear Biden and Netanyahu are closer to consensus on Israel's plans to attack Iran, part of me thinks, well, is Israel saying one thing to Biden, but then they're going to do another? I don't know. So sources told Axios that Biden and Netanyahu moved closer to an understanding on the scope of Israel's retaliation during their call on Wednesday. The article does say the Biden administration accepts Iran will launch soon a major attack on Iran. They report that the plans are a bit more aggressive than the White House would like. But the gaps have narrowed between the two. I don't know. They also say, like other outlets, they say in Axios that the Israeli Security Cabinet met tonight. to talk about the response. Some outlets are saying they're going to vote on the response. To authorize the response. Peaches thinks it's too quiet tonight. Peaches Rambo. Hey, thank you, Saga. Thanks for subscribing and for supporting Sega. Thank you, Sega, for your support on YouTube. I appreciate that. Also, thank you to Christine Goodliff, who says, I hope there is peace soon and there are no nuclear incidents like there was in Chernobyl. We all will be affected. Hear, hear. I hope there's not any nuclear incidents also with the whole, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Flores, I did thank you. Didn't I thank you before, Flores 93? I feel like I have thanked you. Steffi J is shocked at the lack of support for Israel. That's what Steffi says. Connie Cody says, I think that Netanyahu says what he thinks Biden wants to hear, then does what he wants. Prout says, I mean, the U.S. doesn't tell Israel everything about U.S. intel. Yeah, I mean, since we've been on the air, I have heard like no reports of strikes. We saw one flash at one point. But even before, I checked in the time briefly, well, I didn't check the whole day before we were on the air, but in the immediate preceding time to when we were on the air, I checked Lebanese news media and I didn't see many reports of airstrikes going on in the suburbs of Beirut, or I mean, I haven't checked them well. Let me see if there's any other reporting of other strikes around the country. Oh, we didn't talk about the UN thing. We should talk about that a little more. I mean, I'm going back and looking at Lebanese news outlets. And like the last hour, I don't see anything about airstrikes around Lebanon. An hour ago, MTV Lebanon News said Israeli warplanes are flying at medium altitude in several areas in the Bekaa, which is eastern Lebanon. So, I mean, I do see a couple hours ago, Al Mayadeen reported that there had been a number of people killed in the Bekaa Valley in 2 strikes, Israeli strikes there. But yeah, I think from what we're hearing, it seems like fairly... Now, we're not hearing about... There could be all kinds of ground fighting going on, right? We're not hearing that. But there could be. But at least in terms of airstrikes, it seems like this evening... I mean, we talked about how there were 2 airstrikes in central Beirut, which is a whole other thing. But in terms of, aside from that, haven't heard of much reporting on airstrikes tonight. The UN was... Israel had this incident today where they apparently shot at or near some UN forces, peacekeeping forces. So look, right here. At least 22 killed in airstrikes in central Beirut, with Israel also firing on UN peacekeepers, says AP. UN peacekeepers caught in intensified fighting in Lebanon. The UN peacekeeping mission in Lebanon, known as UNFIL, said that in a statement that its headquarters and positions have been repeatedly hit by Israeli forces. It said an Israeli tank directly, quote, fired on an observation tower at the forces' headquarters in the town of Nakora, Lebanon, and that soldiers had attacked a bunker near where peacekeepers were sheltering, damaging vehicles and a communication system. It said an Israeli drone was seen flying to the bunker's entrance. 2 UNFIL troops wounded in the attacks and hospitalized are Indonesian, said Italy's foreign minister. The Israeli military acknowledged opening fire at a UN base in southern Lebanon on Thursday and said it had ordered the peacekeepers to remain in protected spaces. Later Thursday, the UN peacekeeping chief said 300 peacekeepers in frontline positions on southern Lebanon's border. And remember, the UN peacekeepers, I believe, have been there since 2006, around then. That's what this is not something new, having peacekeepers on the border. Later Thursday, the UN peacekeeping chief said 300 peacekeepers in frontline positions on southern Lebanon's border have been temporarily moved to larger bases, and plans to move another 200 will depend on security conditions as the conflict escalates. He said peacekeepers with UNFIL are staying in their positions, but because of air and ground attacks, they cannot conduct patrols. UNFIL, which has more than 10,000 peacekeepers from dozens of countries, was created to oversee the withdrawal of Israeli troops from southern Lebanon after Israel's 1978 invasion. The United Nations expanded its mission following the 2006 war between Israel and Hezbollah, allowing peacekeepers to patrol a buffer zone set up along the Israeli-Lebanon border. Israel accuses Hezbollah of establishing militant infrastructure along the border in violation of UN Security Council Resolution 1701 that ended the 2006 war. The European Union's top diplomat, Joseph Borrell, sharply condemned the Israeli strikes that hit UNFIL positions as an inadmissible act for which there is no justification. The UN peacekeeping chief said last week that peacekeepers would stay in their positions on Lebanon's border despite Israel's request to vacate areas before it launched ground operations against Hezbollah. Anyways, so there's that. I don't know if Israel has released more of a statement on that, like giving its side of things. See if I can find anything for you. Doris says they have been in Lebanon since the 80s at least. Oh, I have a little video about this for you. Hold on a second here. I have a little video about this for you from Reuters that I can show you. Hang on a moment here. You can see Reuters says UN peacekeepers in Lebanon says we are staying despite Israeli attacks. United Nations peacekeepers are determined to remain at their posts in southern Lebanon. Their forces spokesperson said today, despite Israeli attacks in recent days that have wounded UN personnel and prompted international alarm. Andrea Tenenti said Israeli attacks on the peacekeeping force known as UNFIL with tank shells and small arms fire had left 2 wounded members in hospital and knocked out some of their monitoring capabilities yesterday and today. The force's 50 contributing countries had agreed today to keep deploying more than 10,000 peacekeepers between the Litani River to the north, in the north, and the UN's recognized boundary between Lebanon and Israel known as the Blue Line in the south. The head of the group, spokesperson of the group, said, "We are there because the UN Security Council has asked us to be there. So we are staying until the situation becomes impossible for us to operate." The UN said, UNIFIL said a Israeli tank fired on a watchtower at the force's main headquarters today, hitting the tower and causing 2 peacekeepers to fall out of it. I don't know why they did that. Israeli troops also fired at a nearby position, damaging vehicles in a communications system. And the UN claimed they deliberately fired at and disabled cameras monitoring the area yesterday. Israel said its troops operated on Thursday near a UNIFIL base in Naqoura, but said it told the UN forces in the area to remain in protected spaces, then opened fire. UNIFIL is mandated by the Security Council to help the Lebanese army keep the country south free of weapons and armed personnel other than those of the state. This has sparked friction with Hezbollah, which effectively controls the area. I'll show you this video here. Here's a video about it from Reuters. Here, let's watch this for a second. Here is a Reuters video about this UN peacekeeper tensions with Israel thing. Or I guess worries because they've been hurt in Israeli strikes and targeted, they say. Let's see. So we'll do this. Really quickly, I'm just going to turn the volume down over here real quick. Real quick, not for long, just so I can show you this. Actually, I'll keep the video up for a second. Hold on. Here's how we'll do this. No, I got to do it this way. We'll do it this way. Or we'll do it this way. So there you can see that. What I'll do is do it this way. We do this, do this, do this. You'll be able to hear it when it plays. We'll play it here, well, I want you to be able to see it, but we'll play it right up there. We'll play it right there for you. Right up there. How's that? Okay, let's do this.
A UN peacekeeping mission in Lebanon says Israeli forces fired on its position. A UN peacekeeping mission in Lebanon says Israeli forces fired on its positions on Wednesday and Thursday. The United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, or UNIFIL, says 2 of its peacekeepers were injured when an Israeli tank fired at its main headquarters in Naqoura. Israel has been pursuing a widening offensive against Hezbollah in that area. A UN source said there were no casualties in 2 other incidents. UNIFIL spokesperson Andrea Tenenti.
This is highly concerning, not only because peacekeepers are there, but because this was done by, most probably a deliberate attack against our troops, which is a violation or a grave violation of international humanitarian law.
Italy has protested to Israel over the incident. Its defense minister called it illegal and a possible war crime.
We asked for the reason why these shots were fired, and we expected to know them officially. The ambassador was not able to provide us with explanations.
Israel has warned Lebanese civilians not to return to homes in the south as it presses on with its assault. On Thursday night, Israeli strikes on central Beirut killed several people and wounded dozens of others, Lebanon's health ministry said. A security source said at least 1 senior Hezbollah figure was targeted in the attacks.
So I don't know if assuming it's true that Israel is firing sometimes on these UN peacekeepers, are they just do they just want them out of there because they feel it gets in their way when they conduct ground operations and they haven't left yet, and so they're trying to be okay, you really need to get out of here now? I don't know. I mean, I don't think they're targeting just them out of hatred for the peacekeepers. But it sounds like we haven't heard much from Israel about this. I mean, you heard the foreign minister of Italy saying they hadn't gotten an explanation yet for why these shots were fired. So, anyways, let me put the volume back on. I'll take some comments from you guys. Get the volume back up here. It's unifil, by the way. I was saying unifil. It's unifil. Night Owl thinks it's Israel's way of saying, get out of our way. Iran says their entire job was to keep Hezbollah from arming. I think it's time for them to leave. They failed miserably. Well, I believe those troops, one thing they're supposed to do is try to keep it so that no armed force like Hezbollah is in that area. But also they are limited. I read one of the articles I read said that they can't. They're only allowed to use force for self-defense. So they have limited means they can use. You know. Dr. McRib says the IDF has no authority to tell the UN soldiers what to do. Shalom Bubbly says the UN's a fundamentally doomed project because it is predicated on the idea that the world is an international community with shared goals and ideals, which is a joke. Dijoko thinks Israel does not have an excuse. Rick Tide says UN is against Israel. Oh, Ken Alloway says IDF thinks they're spying on their movements. You know, I was wondering if maybe, does Israel think that somehow they're connected to Hezbollah? Jeremy says, is Israel expected to attack tonight? I haven't heard anything about an attack tonight. I mean, I don't know when they're going to do it. I have no idea. At some point, I would think in the near future. Kate Catalepsy Kills thinks they don't want the UN to Israel doesn't want the UN to record what they're doing. Thank you, Yahira, for your kind words. Thank you, Long Range Precision Shooting, for supporting the channel. I appreciate that very much. Who says, I wonder if Israel has waited too long to respond to Iran. Iran could be prepared. Thank you to Bad Doge for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thank you, Jellyfish Sinatra, for your support. Thanks also to Sir Random for your support on Twitch. Shout out to our moderators. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor over there on Facebook. Thank you so much for modding there. Paul Anderson as well. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn. Good luck, Duck. LB Prairie Dawn. I got that fire. McBridges and Surly Death. Thank you. Roberts May Queen on YouTube, Sarah55, Ruth Krafasi. Thanks so much. Also on X, Linda Belk and Larry, thanks for modding over there. It is 3 a.m. Israel, Lebanon time, guys. 3 a.m. 3:30 a.m. Iran time. See if I have any updates for you. Excuse me. Update on the situation in Knoxville. From the police there, where they had ordered an evacuation because they found a box that they thought might have explosives. Residents within about a 3,000-foot perimeter of the material have been advised to evacuate. The evacuations were prompted by the discovery of suspected explosive material at CMC Recycling, at a recycling facility. The evacuation area could be in place until Friday night. An emergency shelter has been established. So, did somebody like give them a box of stuff to recycle which had explosives in it? The evacuations were prompted by the discovery of suspected explosive material at CMC Recycling. Now, was that intentional, or did somebody just was like, oh, maybe I can recycle this stuff? The evacuation area could be in place until tomorrow. Director Pepper thinks it's live explosives. I mean, it is. This originally started like hours ago, so I don't know if they figured out what's in it. But clearly, if they thought it was clearly not explosives, then I would think at this point they would just be not evacuating people anymore. So there seems to at least be some question as to what it is. Suspected explosive material at CMC Recycling. Can I confirm that Israel will respond in the next 36 hours? Of course not. How could I confirm that? I've seen no reliable reporting on that whatsoever. Anyways, that's an interesting report there. I wanted to update you on that from the Knoxville police that just came out. Just came out. I haven't seen any updates since we last talked about the mine in Colorado, by the way. It's a gold mine that's used for tours, and a person is dead and 4 people are injured. There was apparently some sort of elevator issue like 500 feet down the shaft, and there's 12 people still trapped there, but they're supposedly safe, but they can't get them up right now. So I haven't seen anything on that new. I'll quickly look and see if I see anything. The Molly Kathleen gold mine. Yeah, it's been used as like basically a tourist site for like the last 60 years. Oh, I'm going to post something. Bart Bedsole with KRDO posted pictures of the elevator that at the site. There was some sort of mechanical issue apparently with the elevator. So I'll post a link to that in the chat for you guys. He posted a photo of the elevator. Wow. Mr. Kangaroo says, what would happen if Israel didn't retaliate? I don't know, but again, they're so on record as saying they're going to. And from my experience, if Israel says they're going to do something, they're going to do it. Aaron Taratut thinks the response will be after Yom Kippur, which goes from Friday night till Saturday night. So, by the way, regarding that gold mine accident, the tourist gold mine in Colorado, KRCC reported that officials are calling it an equipment malfunction with the mine's elevator, which is about a 2-minute ride down into the earth. You can look up the website if you want. I'll post a link to their website. I'm posting a link to the website of the gold mine in the chat, and you can look it up. The last day of the 2024 season of the gold mine was supposed to be October 13th. You have to go down 1,000 feet, 100 stories, to get to where you can walk around. Oh yes, on the website it says the elevator ride takes 2 minutes at a speed of roughly 5 miles an hour, which is like less than a quarter of what many modern elevators travel at. All right, so I haven't seen anything new on that. Thanks so much to T West Express for your support. I really appreciate that, T West Express. Also, Matt from Canada, our new member. Maybe we'll try to give you a little more Middle East updates here. See what else I have for you. Oh, the Houthis attacked a ship? I didn't see this today. Yemen's Houthis, supported by Iran, attack a Liberian-flagged ship in the Red Sea, says AP. Yemen's Houthi rebels attacked a Liberian-flagged chemical tanker today in the Red Sea. The attack comes as the rebels continue to threaten ships moving through the Red Sea, a waterway that once saw $1 trillion in goods move through it a year over the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East, stemming from the Israel-Hamas war in the Gaza Strip. The Olympic Spirit tanker in the Red Sea had been skirting the coast of East Africa when it was struck by a projectile that damaged the vessel, but caused no fire or injuries. At least 3 more projectiles later fell in the waters around the vessel. A Houthi spokesman claimed the attack in a pre-recorded video message aired Thursday night. He said the rebels launched multiple ballistic missiles targeting the tanker. The Houthis have targeted more than 80 merchant vessels with missiles and drones since the war in Gaza started in October. Again, they are supported by Iran. They seized 1 vessel and sank 2 in the campaign that also killed 4 sailors. Other missiles and drones have been intercepted by a U.S.-led coalition in the Red Sea or failed to reach their targets, which have included Western military vessels as well. The Houthis maintain that they target ships linked to Israel, the U.S. or the U.K. to force an end to Israel's campaign against Hamas in Gaza. However, many of the ships attacked have little or no connection to the conflict, including some bound for Iran. Here is the Red Sea here. There, the Red Sea. And you can see Yemen is here. There's another interesting article I wanted to show you in a second from AP. What to know about Israel's ground invasion in southern Lebanon. Again, pretty quiet right now, at least in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Also, I have not heard the last few hours about Lebanese news reporting about new strikes in Lebanon, airstrikes at least. Case says, why hasn't the UN stepped in? The UN can only do what the countries that run it agree on it doing. There are UN forces there that are supposed to be help keeping a truce from 2006, I believe the last one is. But it's not like the UN has some powerful army that is authorized to forcefully attack both sides if they fight or something. So it's like, what can they really do? If Israel's going to go in and say, hey, we want to protect our north of our country, so we're going to put a stop to Hezbollah attacking us, how's the UN going to stop that? I mean, I guess there's a world in which if all the countries of the UN were against it and decided to put sanctions on Israel or something, maybe that might be a difference, might make a difference, but that's not the case, that they're all united on how they feel about it. So, but the UN is just an organization made up of the world's countries. And it's not like they have this powerful independent military force that can go and just do what they want and make countries do things. They would have to be, that would have to be approved by the countries, and they would have to be, any kind of force would need to be outfitted and equipped and have their what they're allowed to do approved by the countries that make up the UN. We covered some of the UN meeting on Lebanon earlier today. Marg thinks it's a place to vent. Google says almost all states are in, almost all of the world's recognized sovereign states are in the UN. Like, for example, Google says Taiwan is not in the UN because the UN does not consider it to be sovereign, but rather part of China, officially. Thank you, Chris K, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Chris K. Thank you, Lilith, for your support. Yeah, Lilith, I have been mentioning that. No, Lilith, there's 1 dead in the gold mine and 4 injured and 12 trapped. That is the latest information that I have seen. Thank you, Lilith. We talked about that a bunch earlier. I've posted some stuff about it on my X account as well. Thanks, Lilith. But if it said 12 injured, I think that's a typo, because everything I've seen says 1 dead, 4 injured, and 12 trapped. Thanks, Sir Random, for your support. Seppi says, what does it take to trigger U.S. getting involved in this war? I mean, they've been involved in the sense of, like, they helped shoot Iranian missiles down. So it sounds like you're asking about some more robust sense of involvement. Maybe there would have to be, you know, much more involved fighting between Israel and other countries, or other parties, perhaps. And other countries attacking Israel more strongly, or groups like Hezbollah attacking them more strongly, maybe. What armed thing Hama thinks Israel is waiting for election day? Let me mention also this here, little from this article here, what to know about Israel's ground invasion of southern Lebanon. They say Hezbollah began firing rockets into Israel the day after the October 7th attack by Hamas, in support of Hamas and Gaza, after Israel launched attacks on Hamas and Gaza. Israel and Hezbollah have exchanged fire almost every day since last October 8th. The Israeli military began what they called a limited, localized, and targeted ground raids on October 1st. But they currently have 4 divisions of troops there. I don't know how limited it'll be. There's also different, I mean, there's some stories that claim Israel says they're going to only stay there for a few weeks, but I've seen other analysis that suggest they'll be there a lot longer. A military official said to AP that thousands of Israeli troops are currently operating along the roughly 60-mile border, clearing the area just along the border to try to remove the launch pads where Hezbollah fires rocket-propelled grenades and anti-tank missiles into Israeli towns, as well as infrastructure they say would allow for an October 7th-style invasion of Israel from the north. The official said the troops had not ventured deep inside Lebanon so far and have conducted operations from distances of a few hundred yards to up to 1.5 to 2 miles into Lebanese territory. The goal is not to destroy Hezbollah, and the army is aware this will not remove the threat of larger range rockets and missiles. A expert who AP talked to, a Brussels-based military and counterterrorism expert, told AP Israeli forces have not seized any ground positions yet. They need to go in, harass, test, and come out, he said. In order to hold ground positions in Lebanon, Israel would need tanks to come in and take high critical ground overlooking territory, he said. He estimates it would require clearing about 6 miles of Hezbollah presence, which is still a long way off. It is not clear how long the ground operation will last or how long Israel will maintain a presence in these towns. The official said the hope is that this can lead to a diplomatic arrangement pushing Hezbollah away from the border, but the plans could change. A previous Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 1982, initially intended to push back Palestinian militants, turned into an 18-year occupation. AP also says, what is Hezbollah's strategy here? Hezbollah has the advantage of direct confrontations on Lebanese turf. Hezbollah forces have better equipment and training compared to Hamas, which Israel has been battling for more than a year in Gaza. Hezbollah forces gained experience in wars in Syria and Iraq. Lebanon's terrain is also more rugged and challenging than the Palestinian enclave, which is mostly flat and sandy. Hezbollah's strategy, led by its elite Radwan forces, has been drawing in and ambushing incoming Israeli troops, detonating explosive devices or firing rockets at them, and firing artillery and rockets at Israeli border towns. Although Hezbollah lost many of its top officials and commanders in recent weeks, militants have continued to fire rockets deeper into Israel, including heavy barrages on the city of Haifa. A former Lebanese army general assessed Israel is still conducting reconnaissance ahead of its main attack, but that it had already suffered heavy losses in the smaller operations. I don't know. I mean, Israel has announced the deaths of some, I believe, over 10 now, of soldiers in Lebanon. The former Lebanese army general said Hezbollah had dug many tunnels in the south and were well equipped with weapons, caches, and ammunition. The land always works in the favor of those who own it, he said. Could there be a diplomatic solution? Hezbollah's acting leader signaled Tuesday the group is open to a ceasefire an expert that AP talked to thinks Israeli troops will stay on the ground in southern Lebanon until there is an internationally enforced diplomatic solution that's stronger than the current UN peacekeeping force. If Israeli troops retreat, he said, they risk the same situation as 2006, where Hezbollah simply rearmed and resumed operations. But former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert of Israel said the 2006 war served as a lesson that immediate diplomacy rather than military force is the only way to keep the border quiet. So, you know, it's interesting. The article talks about how Israel really hasn't tried to take land yet in southern Lebanon. They've been doing these raids. They've been trying to remove Hezbollah infrastructure. But what comes next? If there's no diplomatic solution, do we start seeing Israel move in more robustly into southern Lebanon to start occupying the land to keep Hezbollah out of it? I don't know. Israel has said that they're going to make it safe for the 70,000 or so people to move back to northern Israel. Bastid says, UN have been there all along while Hezbollah armed up for a year while lobbing rockets into Israel. Beep Beep thinks IDF fatalities are 12 as of today. Sounds about right from what I've heard. Thank you, Dr. Edward Moskowitz, for your support, who says, I don't think Israel will disclose how they will retaliate. They said it would be surprise. No one will know, in my opinion. Thank you, Dr. Edward. Thanks also, Richard Foley. So nice of you, Richard Foley. I really appreciate all of your support, Richard Foley. Thank you. No, not 12 today. Roughly 12 Israeli soldiers total. I think they just did, I think 3 Israeli soldiers were announced dead this past day. Yes, Jerusalem Post says that the IDF announced. Well, no, that was Gaza Strip. That was Gaza Strip. The IDF announced earlier, I think it was today, that 3 soldiers were killed in the Gaza Strip. Okay. That's different than being in Hezbollah. There was one day Israel announced a few days ago, like last week or something maybe, that I think 8 soldiers had been killed. But aside from that, there have not been many Israeli soldiers announced dead in the ground operation against Hezbollah. Eric Philbrick thinks Israel will launch its strike at dusk on the eve of the following morning. Not John's Alt thinks if the IDF builds a buffer zone in southern Lebanon, settlers will start moving into Lebanon. Greater Israel strategy by them. Gina Pina says a ceasefire will benefit everyone. Yes, as Petrified says, we talked about this earlier, the Washington Post was reporting, as were some other outlets, that the Israeli Security Cabinet was voting tonight on approving the Iran retaliation plan, I believe. But I've seen that a couple of places, but nothing official. The New York Times also says that the Israeli Security Cabinet met tonight to discuss Israel's response to the Iranian missile attack. They said the cabinet was expected to authorize the Prime Minister and the Defense Minister to initiate the response at their discretion. The results of the meeting were not released, says the New York Times. So that's the latest reporting we've heard, is that there was a meeting, they've been discussing it. We don't know the result of the meeting. Hang on one second here. Give me a moment. pretty quiet in terms of what I can show you right now at 3:30 in the morning there. There's been nights when it's been a lot of airstrikes going on in southern suburbs of Lebanon. Not tonight. Trucker Jim thinks Israel will attack the oil fields in Iran without a doubt. Victoria Carson sent me a nice picture of the aurora in the UK. Gershon Wolf says in Kiryat Shimona, you have 15 seconds or less to get to your... Sent me a website that said nbn.org.il that said in Kiryat Shimona, you have 15 seconds to get to your shelter, your safe space when a rocket attack happens, because you're so close to the border. As I mentioned, 2 people were killed, I think a day ago, in the past day, in a rocket attack by Hezbollah in Kiryat Shimona. Reportedly, a couple that was walking their dog. Yeah, Jerusalem Post said, according to Ynet, the couple were killed by falling shrapnel while walking their dogs and did not have time to enter their protected area. And as I mentioned, I believe Kiryat Shimona is under one of these towns. I think they're under evacuation, but a bunch of people have not evacuated those towns. Most have, but some have not, or some have returned. Alexandra thinks it's too quiet. Murph says, do you think Israel will go after both Iran's oil supply and nuclear facilities in order to cripple them? I don't know what they're going to do. As a majority of Iran's wealth comes from the oil, that allows them to support all the terrorist proxies such as Hezbollah, Hamas, and Houthis. Look, I mean, I can see an argument for them going after both of those things, but, you know, if they go after the oil, and then what if Iran decides to then go after oil infrastructure of other Gulf countries and create a big oil crisis or something? You know, I don't know. So, also, that's something the U.S. does not want them to do. So you're risking a rift with the U.S. in doing that. Maybe there's other unintended consequences. So I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do. I think they're going to do something. They're not going to do something little because they've said that repeatedly. But I don't know what they're going to do. It's a good question. Thank you, Huckster Rider, for writing in and watching on Facebook. Freedom Nomad says you will be paying $15 a gallon. Rick Tide thinks Israel will not tell the U.S. because they don't trust the current administration. Liran says oil crisis is nice. Let's move to renewable energy. Wicked Knight thinks it's way too quiet right now. Jordan Despian says too much calm tonight. You know what, guys? We have been so busy lately. There's been so much news going on. It's quiet right now. I think it might be a good idea to take a little break while I can. Because you know stuff is going to happen, more news. Maybe a little shorter stream today than we're used to, but I don't know. Stuff could happen later tonight too. I think it might be a good time to do that. I think it might be the right call. I think it might be the right call. Who knows what we'll be covering next, but I'm sure we'll be covering more of this, so I think we should do that for tonight. We might cover this again tomorrow. Maybe I'll try to get on a little earlier tomorrow. But I think for now, it's been so busy and I don't have much new to report for you right now. I think that's the best idea. Look, if there's news later, I'll come back on the air. So why don't we do that? Let's do that. I will be paying attention to the news tonight. I will come on if there's something big. Let's do that. I think that's the right idea. I really appreciate you guys joining the broadcast, by the way. Thanks for being here during our coverage. And we will have more coverage for you of this and other stories. Subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. Subscribe, follow. Turn on the notifications. We have free notification system. We set it up. It works awesome. You sign up once, you get a notification sent to you every time we go on the air. So you know when we go live. Because I can't tell you in advance because I don't know when breaking news is going to happen. So sign up for the notifications so you find out you don't miss a stream. The mods will post a link to the notifications. You can find it in the description of this video as well. On Facebook and YouTube. I will also post updates on my X account. I will post updates, news updates here on various things that I hear about at Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking news. Shout out to our moderators. I really appreciate them being here. They're always in the chat. They're always keeping it respectful and under control there. Thank you, people like Sarah55, Ruth Krafasi, and our new mod over there, Roberts May Queen on YouTube. Thank you so much. Twitch, David Green, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Mark and NC, Surly Dev, and all other Twitch mods. Facebook, Beth Shepherd, Kay Lowry Bonnie, Ronald Egnor, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thanks to all of our moderators. Huge thanks. And thanks to everybody who donated too. Super nice of you guys. Really appreciate your support for the channel. You are the ones who allow this channel to exist. Thank you so much. I think I thanked everybody. Let me just make sure. Oh, Breed over there on Breed1982 on Twitch. Thank you for your support. And also David versus Games. Thanks for subscribing, David versus Games on Twitch. Much appreciated. If you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But again, thanks so much for your support. We have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not live. You can do that on the Discord chat. The link is the same as to the free notifications. The chat is also free. Check out our Discord chat. And thanks to our Discord moderators as well. And a reminder for those. Also, I post scheduling updates on the X account at Agenda Free TV. You can follow there for scheduling updates, news about the channel at Agenda Free TV. And for those who subscribe on YouTube, just a reminder for the YouTube subscribers, if you want the YouTube notifications, you got to click the notifications bell and choose all. I know that sounds kind of weird, but if you subscribe on YouTube and you want to get notifications, click that bell and choose all notifications. Make sure you do that. Shout out to our subscribers over there on Twitch for your support, like Shaggy and Wall Street, Fweeky Beats, and Breed 1982. Thank you for subscribing there. Clearly Crystal Clear, Al Yatzion. Bananu. Rourke Sweebney. Thanks for subscribing. All of our subscribers over there on Twitch. Thank you. Also on and all our viewers in Twitch, like Whiskey Pack and Gina Pina and others. Catalepsy Kills. Lirans. Thanks to our Facebook subscribers, like Eve Richards, Robert Real II, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Beth Shepard. Thanks, Beth, for modding. If I didn't thank you before. Christina Neal, thanks for modding. Can't remember who I thanked. Diane Allworth, thanks for subscribing. Marie Minicello, thank you for subscribing. All of our Facebook subscribers, big thanks. Jared Sparks, thank you for subscribing. And everybody watching over there on Facebook, thank you. Like Huckster Rider and Thomas Hall, thank you. Our YouTube members, big thanks. Wickedest Witch, J.K. Cinar, Evelyn in Maine, Sephirin, Michelle M., Marissa Pugliese, Fred Witherow, Director Pepper, Jennifer Rochelle, Mythical, Raina Hood, Jesse's Girl, Mary B., Eric Johnson, Kimmy, Marg9, thanks for being a member. Erica Cox, Mary B., Macro Geek, Susie Blout, Michelle M., Delta Dragon 68, Rick, Nature Based, Mark Boutel, Rebecca Falsetto, all of our other YouTube members and viewers, thank you. The one and only Jake Jacobs, Heartless Soul, Shlomi Sella, Marissa Pugliese, Princess Kidda, Jared T., Paula Faust. All right, so we're going to take a break now. I'm going to wrap up this stream. I will keep an eye on the news. If there's other big news tonight, we can do another stream. I'm sure we're going to be doing more in the coming days. Oh, Maisie H., thanks for being a member as well. Delta Dragon 2, Deputy Dog, Director Pepper, B. Earhart, thank you. But that is the plan. That's the plan. All right, guys? So again, thank you so much for joining our stream. We'll keep an eye on what's going on in the Middle East. Kind of weird. I'm so used to looking at this view and seeing airstrikes, to just kind of see it calm, and you can actually see the light at the airport spinning around there and stuff. It's different. Anyways, that's good. I mean, I like it better than the fighting, but unfortunately I think there'll be more fighting soon. But we'll keep you informed. So, and thank you, Director Pepper, for your support. I appreciate that, Director Pepper. Thank you, from Canada. All right, and if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, you might be able to see the Northern Lights like I did, so you might want to go take a look. I mean, you got to be north enough, but look into it. Look into the Northern Lights. You might be able to see it. All right, guys. That is it for now. Thank you. Larissa the Night Owl was modding too. I think Larissa's one of our new moderators too. Thank you so much, Larissa the Night Owl, for being a moderator as well. All right. That is it for now. Thanks so much for watching this edition of our coverage. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.